Bora. Yes, welcome to what feels like the end of the earth. We are at Anglesey, got to be one of the most picturesque places on the British Isles for a feast of motorsport. We've got not one, not two, not three, not four, but all 5 Caterham series in play, Sam.
We have. It's the first time this season we've got all 5 of our Caterham Championships together.
Wow.
So it's great. Yeah.
That is fantastic. Not only that, we've got the CNC Heads there in play as well. Well, there's only one thing left to do, isn't it? I think let's get on track, shall we? Let's go racing. Come on, everybody, let's go. Go!
Benonda Croeso I Tracmon. In English, of course, that means good afternoon and welcome to Anglesey Circuit, the home of motorsport in North Wales, and certainly, in my opinion, one of the most beautiful race circuits in the entire world of motorsports. It's my first time here for BARC TV, and we are in for 2 great days of action with the British Automobile Racing Club and with Caterham Motorsport. As you've already heard from Sam and Ian, all 5 of their championships here this weekend. We kick off very shortly with the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship. That's followed by the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship, and then the top of the ladder, the Dutch Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship, freshly back from supporting the British Touring Car Championship on the Brands Hatch Indy circuits. We've also got a real mixture of cars in the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship. You can race anything you like pretty much in that division. The moobob Caterham Academy Championship for the newcomers, and then the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship to round out today's programme. And then everything is back yesterday for a full tomorrow for a full day of racing as well here in North Wales. My name is Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through the action, and alongside me in the commentary box, I'm delighted to welcome back Chris Hutchinson. Chris, good afternoon.
Yeah, great to be here at Anglesey, and fantastic this circuit. As we've already said, it's in the most picturesque place. If you've never been and visited the Anglesey Circuit, you must do that in your time here. It's right on the coastline, North Wales. It takes a little while to get here, but it's absolutely worth the effort, especially when the weather, although yesterday was so sunny and nice, and today is a little bit more overcast, but the North Snowdonia hillsides are revealing themselves slowly as we go through the day. Really windy out there, though. These Caterhams are going to be affected by that wind throughout the course of the day, but we, as you say, got plenty of action all the way through. They're filling up with all the Caterham last steps of the ladder, as we've said already, and yeah, today and tomorrow we're going to be here, so not going to get too much of a break, but it's just the way we like it, and all 5 steps of the Caterham ladder to look forward to.
We certainly have, yes. The Dutch Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship, as we already said, is back after missing the Thruxton round. They were busy supporting the British Touring Car Championship at Brands Hatch, and they were absolutely amazing around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Some quite stunning moves, particularly into Paddock Hill Bend. But all 5 of the Caterham Championships perfectly suited to this flowing roller coaster of a circuit here at the Anglesey Circuit, and we're using the full international layout as well this weekend. It does mean we bypass the famous corkscrew section at the end of the lap, which we use on the coastal circuit, but we've also got the longer lap up the Tom Price Straight and through the hairpin at the northern end of the circuit before heading back down to the final corner at the bus stop and onto the start-finish straights. You can see how hilly this circuit is just from the shots we're seeing now of this quite beautiful venue. That's the top part of the circuit coming up into the left and right rockets, named because there were rockets stored here during the Second World War on this site. We are very close to RAF Valley here on the Isle of Anglesey. That's the hairpin towards the end of the lap. The cars then drop down into the bus stop, as the final corner is known. Just coming to the end of our final qualifying session of the day for the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship. They'll have their race today at the end of the programme. I'll tell you, it's Craig Evans that's gone quickest in qualifying there ahead of Charlie Harris and Scott's Helm. But less than a second covering the top 6 in that qualifying session. We're moving on to our first race very shortly then, which is for the Edge Parts Caterham 270R Championship. That's the third rung on the ladder, if you like, Chris, of the Caterham Academy, of the Caterham hierarchy, really.
Yeah, we're not in order of the Caterham hierarchy here today. We're in the running order, as it were, but we'll see the Academy a bit later on. But yeah, the 270R is the third rung of the ladder, so by the time we get up to this championship, they have lost the windscreen, they've lost their lights, they don't longer have to be road legal to race in this championship, so they don't have things like number plates, which you'll see on the Academy and the Roadsport cars. But yeah, it's a real sort of wider track, front suspension uprated, springs and dampers, and yeah, a bit more power under your right foot as well, and everything a little bit with front and rear anti-roll bars as well, that really make everything much more race orientated, race focused. And yeah, the drivers also sort of learning the way. It's a sort of coming of age championship. They've kind of done their academy where they learn the ropes for the first time. They've solidified that in Roadsport. They get the extra race in Roadsport. Of course, they have 2 races per weekend, whereas the academy normally only have 1 race. This weekend, actually, they've got 2, which is exciting for them. But yeah, the 270s have their racing. They have 3 races, as all the top level of the championship. Last time out of Thruxton, they were sort of proving that they were still learning the ropes, and it was a little bit of a scrappy affair. But we've got, you can see the cars coming up here to start, and it's Wheatley, who's had a great start to the season, lining up there on the pole position on the right of your screen with Louis Darling alongside. Let's go through those whole order for you.
Yes, it is Ben Wheatley, the championship leader, who has qualified on pole for the Edge Caterham 270R Championship alongside Louis Darling, double winner at Thruxton last time out. The second row, Adam Keane in the 88 car and Henry Speaks, number 37. Row 3, 21 Alex Coombs and 18 Paul Oglesby. He had a win at Thruxton but retired from the other 2 races. Fourth row, Andrew Bailey and Monty Hind, then Nick Heighton and Zach Lower completing the top 10. Behind them, Harrison Cavers, number 51, comes from a Porsche racing background, his family, alongside number 11, Barry Hanif. Then on row 7, Gary Cross alongside Tim Hardcastle. Arif Hanif starts on row 8 alongside Django Jones. Good to see him back out after an accident at the chicane at Thruxton last time out. Giles Hanson on row 9 alongside Andy Palmer, and completing the top 20, Andrew Mackay, and Scotsman Graham Finlayson completes the first 20 on the grid. Row 11 of the grid, we have Brian Joyce, number 73, alongside 62 Anne Hall, and number 4 Craig Jarvis rounds out the 23 cars that will contest this 20-minute race for the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship. We'll have a green flag lap first of all. Same starting procedure for all races this weekend, a green flag lap followed by a standing start. It is Ben Wheatley who leads the championship, number 53, a hat-trick of wins at Snetterton at the opening weekend of the season, and was well up in the places at Thruxton as well. It was Paul Oglesby who won the first race at Thruxton as the cars move off for the green flag installation lap. The other 2 races won by Louis Darling, the youngest man in the field, in car number 69. He's third in the championship. Number 10, Harvey Ashmore, is second in the points. Harvey, I don't think he's here this weekend. No, he's not here this weekend, and Ben Wheatley sort of, as you say, ran away with it at Snetterton. We'll be seeing whether we can keep him in view of the rest of the drivers. He was 0.4 of a second ahead, though, of Louis Darling in qualifying, so he's clearly got quite a lot of speed out there. But Louis Darling has been showing he's come up from the academy last year, so he skipped out on the Roadsport year and has jumped straight into 270s and is equipping himself very nicely. So he finds himself in that second place. Interesting to see whether he can cling on to the coattails of Wheatley, but Adam Keane will be keen to stop him doing that on the 3rd place. And Henry Speaks going great qualifying in 4th. He's been fully involved in the battle, as has Alex Coombs this year. Paul Oglesby, like you say, did win once at Thruxton, but then had 2 DNFs, so unfortunate end to him. But he's back here. He's in 6th place on the grid, and he'll be fully involved, no doubt, as well. Then we got the Monty Heighton. Again, it's just that one of the reasons it got so sort of complicated at Thruxton was just how many people are involved in this front battle. So it's a fantastic series, and there's 23 cars here, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they get on around this
fantastic international circuit here at Anglesey, and as you can see from the views we're seeing, it's quite distracting as a driver driving over the top of the corner up here and looking over the bays, and as you see the Snowdonia National Park in the background just revealing itself through the clouds and mist. But you go on a little bit of adventure, and there's plenty of gradient, plenty of off-camber corners. These hairpins, although they're hairpins, they're extremely long and wide corners, so it's tricky for the drivers to get the braking points correct, and there's wide track. You can see compared to the width of a Caterham, this track here is extremely wide, and there's actually plenty of overtaking opportunity. So let's see how this 270R, the Edge Caterham 7270R grid, get on race 1 of 3 for them over the course of this weekend.
Running through the colours of the leading cars on the grid, Ben Wheatley is in light blue and black. Louis Darling is black and gold, the John Player Special Lotus look-alike colours almost on his car. Adam Keane is like the army green, the very dark green car with the white roll cage. Henry Speaks alongside him. The number 37 is red and blue. Alex Coombs, number 21, is a metallic sort of turquoise colour, and alongside him Paul Oglesby is the bright green car on row 3. Andrew Bailey, red with a blue roll cage, and Monty Hine, blue and Dayglow yellow. So those are your leading runners on the grid. 2 championship protagonists on the front row of the grid then for round 7 of the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship. 20 minutes of racing coming up here on the Anglesey International Circuit layouts. Just waiting for the last couple of cars to pull into line at the back of the grid. The sun now starting to burn through the clouds. You can just see at the back there the marshal waves the green flag, then the red lights will come on, and when they go out it's time to go racing here on BARC TV at Anglesey Circuit. The revs rise and the 270Rs get underway with our first race of the weekend. Not the best of starts for Paul Oglesby there in the number 18 car from the outside. They go up towards turn 1 into the left-hander. It's Louis Darling rather, who's got the best start, with Ben Wheatley up the inside as they go into the long right-hander at the banking. You can see the banked corner there as they head out over a bit of powder that's put down on some coolant that was leaked during one of our earlier qualifying sessions. But almost as one, they disappear towards the very fast right-hander at Church Corner, and then over towards the back of the circuit for the first time. It's Louis Darling side by side with Ben Wheatley. It looks like Henry Speaks up into P3.
I was thinking whether maybe they had a little bit of an agreement between those two at the front there. They were very well behaved in the first couple of corners. I wonder whether they're trying to work away from Henry Speaks, who finds himself in that 3rd place. 4th for Adam Keane, and then it was Coombs coming up behind them. They were definitely coordinating themselves, but they haven't got a gap, so that'll go away again until they do spring that gap, as the rest of this field do flow through. They had a slightly extended driver's briefing this morning just to agree driving standards and make sure they all bring them back in line. As we see Monty Hind and Heighton there a little bit further back down the order, they'll be looking to see whether they can move themselves through. You can see the clock top left of our screen showing it was a 20-minute race, and they've still got plenty of time left to get this action side by side once more. They haven't really been knowingly not side by side, but it's Wheatley down the inside, Louis Darling round the outside, then comes Henry Speaks and Adam Keane fighting, Coombs behind them, and the rest flow on through.
This is the hairpin at the end of the Tom Price Straight, named after the man from Ruthin in North Wales, the only Welshman ever to win a Formula 1 race, a non-championship race back in the 70s. Ben Wheatley has a look towards the inside there on Louis Darling as they go into the bus stop. Looks like he's taken the lead. There's Paul Oglesby, who's dropped back a bit from the 4th row, and he goes off onto the grass there around the outside of the last corner. So Wheatley leads Darling, Speaks in 3rd, Adam Keane is 4th, Alex Coombs rounds out the first 5, the turquoise liveried car as they go into the banking for the 2nd time. Monty Hine having a look on the inside of Paul Oglesby there, a little further back in the order. Out of the right-hander, out into the back of the circuit once again, the very fast Church Corner. There is a very little church down almost on the beach there on the outside. And the leader's gone wide. Ben Wheatley put a wheel onto the grass there. You don't want to do that at the speed they go through there.
So easy to do as well. It's just a quick lift to get the nose tucked into that corner, then back on the accelerator. You've got to be confident with it and hope you don't run out of space. And as you can see, Wheatley did run out of space, and so he has lost that lead as they go up through the complex at the top of the hill. As you can say, you climb up significantly up the hill towards Rocket and then Peel Corner as they're heading into now. This is like a little promontory, but it is Louis Darling now in the lead over the top of Wheatley, so they're still having a conversation in those cars between themselves about who wants to lead them through this opening part of the race. But yeah, very easy to drift wide, and we're going to be talking about the wind a lot this weekend. It's quite a consistent, strong wind, and these little cars, they only weigh about half a ton, so they do get moved around by that gusting wind quite a lot. Louis Darling's going to lead them then into the hairpin this time through a bit of a lock up from Keane. He's fully locked up. He's going to have contact with Coombs. They lose a wheel arch, but actually that ended up being okay. But he was fully locked up in that car then. There was nowhere else for him to go. Heighton and Hind get both through as well, and Oglesby. So real disrupting force then. Lucky to get away with that one.
He was sliding like a bobsled there, going into the right-handed hairpin with the rubber well and truly locked up. That will have flat spotted all 4 of his tyres. There comes to complete the second lap of the weekend then. Darling led at the line, just ahead of Ben Wheatley. Henry Speaks in third. Paul Oglesby's back up into 4th place. He's gained 5 places as a result of that little melee there, and he's got the fastest lap of the race as well, as the 3 leaders go through the banking together. That's created a little bit of a gap in the field between these top 3 and the rest behind, with Adam Keane having that little mishap and taking Alex Coombs with him. They're down to 9th and 10th places. There's Oglesby in 4th. He's got Nick Heighton, number 78, behind him, and that's the number 11, which is Barry Haniff, the man from Glasgow. Behind him, Monty Hind in P7. Harrison Cavers, the young gun, in 51, another Academy graduate, up in 8th place. They go into the left-hander at Rockets, and Barry Haniff moving through there into P6 on the inside, out of the Rocket complex and up towards Peel, and you can see how the first 3 have broken away.
Yeah, that goes throwing the cat amongst pigeons and given that gap, and Coombs will be licking his wounds because he's been pushed a long way back there, and they've got still plenty of time to get back through, but he's got quite a number of cars, and not slow moving cars at that one in front of him. So, but it is that front 3 tucking away Darling, Wheatley and Speaks. Oglesby is the best of the rest with that gap in front of him, as they're going to see what they can do in the next 15 minutes, and that gap, I think, as long as the front 3 don't coordinate fully, and if they do keep battling, I think that the gap will disappear. It's the width of this track. It makes things like missing your braking point extremely easy. There are very, very few brake reference points for the drivers to really hook into. So if you're in a battle and you pull out and you realise you're late on the brakes, as Adam Keane did there, that is what we're going to see. You can see how wide this track is. Another lock up there for one of the drivers coming into this final corner at the bus stop.
Andrew Bailey's got damage there as well. He was caught up in that incident at the hairpin. The nose cone is damaged on his car. If that starts flapping around in the breeze, you may see him get the black and orange flag here. Great shame, as he qualified well up in the top 10. Andy Bailey in the number 31, as we see here. Barry Haniff giving chase to Nick Heighton. This is the battle for P5, the DPR Motorsport car. Harrison Cavers, the blue number 51, behind him. It is Ben Wheatley now a second clear of Louis Darling, being chased by Henry Speaks, and who works with Aston Martin, has been developing the awesome Valkyrie hypercar. I saw one of those at Donington Park earlier this season. That really is a mad machine indeed.
What a project to work on, an incredible bit of machinery. Some fantastic shots we've got here at Anglesey. Like I say, it's so picturesque, and the camera positions really picking up on some of the character of this circuit here in the very north tip of Wales, as we watch these 270R cars coming through then as they head on around, completing onto their 4th lap now.
There's Django Jones. Good to see his car repaired. He went into the tyre wall quite heavily at Thruxton at the chicane in the last round and was out of the weekend, but he's running a little way outside the top 10 at the moment, battling with the likes of 33 Zach Lower and 23 of Gary Cross in that fight further down the order, as Coombs trying to get back at Adam Keane there. They're together for 9th position at the moment. It's still Ben Wheatley who leads from Darling and Speaks. Here's Graham Finlayson, the car liveried in the lookalike colours of the Mazda 787B that won Le Mans back in 1991. He's chasing Andrew Mackay in the number 65.
Don't look now, but Ben Wheatley is developing a little back gap at the front of this field. He's already got nearly 2 seconds over Louis Darling now, so well, I said, could Darling hold on to his coattails? And at the moment, slipping out of his grip just a little bit, it will be starting to get a little bit worrying. There's that Heighton and Haniff battle, and the rest of these fields flowing through, including Coombs, who'll be wanting to fight back through, but hasn't got in front of Keane yet. They're going to see whether they can do anything as they head around, starting their 5th lap then, going around this church right hand. Like I say, just a quick lift and back on the power as soon as you think you can get away with it, all managing it there as they head up the hill then. It's quite a substantial and steep hill, and again the wind hits you as you're heading up over the brow here. You've got to pick your braking points, shortened because of the uphill nature. You see a lot of action there. That's Heighton, I think, locked up around the outside there in the number Yeah, I think it was Heighton in the number 5. It could have
It's
been
either Heighton or Cavers.
one of the two. So as they went over the top of the hill, you can see how when the wind hits you, and if you're late on those brakes, you can and do risk having a lock-up. But Hanif, good to see him back out there after a little bit of an issue getting pushed to the barrier at Snetterton. So nice to see him and up into the 6th place currently as he went over the line last time through.
Yes, he failed to score, Barry Hanif at Snetterton. He's only down 28th in the championship coming into this round. You can see how blustery it is, the long grass at the side of the circuit blowing around. I was up on the bank by Peel Corner earlier on watching qualifying, and I was nearly being blown away as Barry Hanif locking up there.
Yeah, he was sideways as well, wasn't he? So they are really struggling to pick their braking point as they go into this final kind of hairpin of the track here, the international circuit. So this bit of the track they're on now is the bit that turns it into that international circuit, and they're still having an absolute battle as they go in here. So Hanif losing out one position there, and Heighton looking like he's fighting against Keane there. And so it's Hind fighting against Keane, isn't it? Just 976.
Yes, just over 11 minutes of this race to go, and still your leader is Wheatley by over 3 seconds now ahead of Louis Darling. We concentrate on some of the battles a little bit further back, the fight for P5 at the moment. Henry Speaks on the tail of Darling, then Paul Oglesby's a bit in no man's land at the moment in that P4, having recovered from a slightly slow start. Heighton's got Hanif on his tail. There's Oglesby, the green car. He's got nobody to slipstream at the moment.
I wonder whether Speaks is just holding his ground there, just happy to sort of cling on there with Darling and keep the gap. He'll be looking in his rearview mirror, and you can see there's a gap back to Oglesby, although Oglesby will watch that gap because it probably is coming down slightly as Hanif again takes the front of that as they go over through Rocket and up into the Peel complex this time through. But you can see that's one of the main overtaking points up into this tight left-hander over the breast of the hill. Really have to be brave on those brakes, and if you do lock up, it can cause all sorts of problems. So it's a sort of risk-reward as we watch Snappy John and the Banks in the background there getting blown along as he trumps his way around trying to see whether he can get some nice shots of these Caterhams, and how can you fail to when you've got scenery like that. But here is that Darling and Henry Speaks battle then coming into their hairpin. Oglesby's definitely closing in on them as well, and this battle behind 3 wide then as they come in. Who's going to come out on top of that? Well, it is currently Heighton who heads Hanif as they come out of the corner this time through.
Monty Hine getting involved there, trying to make it 4 wide as well. And look who's coming back, Alex Coombs in the number 21 as well as they come down towards the bus stop this time. Harrison Cavers going for it up the inside. He just about got the car stopped there. Coombs going for the outside on Adam Keane. Those two have been effectively tied together all race long. They're fighting off. I think that's Tim Hardcastle, number 6, in the bright orange and blue car behind them. As they make their way through turn 1 once again up towards the banking. Just gone past half distance in this 20-minute race for the Edge Caterham 270R Championship. Alex Coombs wide over the curb there out of the bank. He's keeping Adam Keane behind him. Harrison Cavers up into P6 as a result of that dive through the bus stop there. It's still Wheatley who leads by 4.46 of a second now. He's pulled away by over a second on that previous lap, because that shows that Louis Darling is being kept busy holding Henry Speaks behind him. Yeah, absolutely. Wheatley's got the pace here, and yeah, Darling's having to make sure that he looks after his second place. That's what he's going to be fighting for right now. But you can see Oglesby has closed and is on the pack of that, so it's a pack of 3. There's only 2 podium spaces. You can see the car of Wheatley disappearing off down the right towards Siemens Corner as they head around, and these other drivers seeing what they can do about picking up the lower half of the top 10 as they head over this crest down the hill then into the left-hander at Siemens at the bottom of the hill, slightly off camber. A really tricky corner to make your way through, and these drivers so far doing a great job. Interesting to see I think it's Heighton that's got quite a lot of penalty points heading into this weekend. So we're locking up into that corner. If he does make contact, he's at risk of having too many penalty points. You might get benched for a little while if you carry too many penalty points. All 23 cars are still running as we reach the 8 minutes to go mark. Harrison Cavers side by side with Heighton now, trying to go around the outside of the bus stop. I don't think that'll work. Adam Keane gets ahead of Alex Coombs. That's for P9. So they go over the line to complete 7 laps. Wheatley by 5.4 seconds now is pulling away at the rate of nearly a second a lap from Louis Darling. Here's the fight for third. Henry Speaks under threat now from Paul Oglesby. Oglesby was actually ahead at the line, but Speaks got it back into turn 1. He's almost pushing him there through Church Corners. A bit of tyre smoke there I noticed in the background, so possibly somebody's had a spin.
Yeah, and as soon as they start battling, you can see that gap to Darling has just expanded, which is exactly what Henry Speaks didn't want. He was clinging on, hoping that wasn't going to be the case, that Oglesby catch up, but he's in this headwind, and as they go up the hill then, he has managed to get that toe, and he is now the one attacking forward to seeing whether he can take that final podium position after obviously a couple of non-finishes at Thruxton. You know, he took the first win but then had a couple of non-finishes. He's going to be seeing whether he can start recovering his season. They get to drop 3 scores at the end of the year, but obviously he's already got 2 that he would like to drop as they head over and down then into the left-hander at Siemens.
Okay, now sideways Henry Speaks was coming through Peel corner there, the right-hander. Leaders coming out. We just caught a glimpse of Ben Wheatley. We're not seeing much of him in this race. He's cleared off in front. This is the fight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, heading towards the hairpin at the top end of the circuit on the international loop, and Henry Speaks working to hold off Paul Oglesby. Heighton and Cavers were together for 5th place. I think Cavers has got through. Yes, the brighter blue car is up into P5 now. Hanif, Keane, Coombs and Hind rounding out the top 10. Could all change, it will all change before the checkered flag goes out in just over 6 minutes' time, I'm certain.
Yeah, absolutely. There's time for hundreds of changes in 6 minutes, aren't there? Especially as we come towards the end of these races. Another driver out wide there. Who's that? Is that Hanif again?
Barry Hanif, I think.
Yeah, he was wide and kicking up the dust out the final corner. Then that's not going to help your speed along this little mini start-finish straight before we then head into this. He's sort of recovering back through Coombs though, so even though he was out onto that dust, he's clearly got his braking point sorted into that hairpin as the rest of them thread on through. You can see there's battles going up and down this top sort of 15 cars, and I'm sure there are battles behind as well. But here is that Speaks Darling. So Speaks has now got in front of Darling, so it's all changed. I wonder whether the Oglesby just took a back seat for a little bit, but Henry Speaks has now caught up that battle. They're fighting now for that 2nd place, and it really is a case of you've got to fight forward, otherwise you're going to drop back. And like I say, there's only a couple of podium positions left for that car set of 3 cars as we look to see the following cars as they're going round. Adam Keane's not able to make that progress forward, is he? Coombs is also stuck there, so Keane is doing better than Coombs in recovering that, and I think that will result in a conversation in the Parc Ferme after they finish for sure.
Andrew Bailey dropping back slightly towards the rear of this battle because that's a bit of damage to his nose affecting the aero. You can just see the red car there with the blue roll cage. Now what's Paul Oglesby going to try into the hairpin this time on the back of Henry Speaks, who's got back behind Louis Darling. The next group is starting to string out just a little now. Tim Hardcastle having a look at the back of Barry Hanif. He has to lock up there to avoid clipping the back of him. There's Arif Hanif as well, the number 74. I think it's the first time we've seen the 2 Hanifs racing together this year.
Yeah, I think it is, since we had them both running in the Roadsport Academy previous to that. So yeah, it's good to see them out here and showing what they're made of. Great fun to drivers to watch it, as you've seen with Arif. He's quite regularly off the track and kicking up the dust, never knowingly keeping his 4 wheels all in a straight line. But here's that Darling, Speaks and Oglesby battle as they head through this. You can see how wide those hairpins are. They're not really hairpins in that traditional sense, they're just really quite tight, long right-handers, and it's tricky to pick your braking point. They're managing it, but we've had plenty of opportunities to overtake, so there is a little bit of strategy here as to when do you start making your move. When they get out in front like Darling has been, you are going to hit all the air. There's not a lot of room through there. It's not a tight right-hander as they head up into Rocket, but it is quite substantial.
Oglesby on the inside there.
Oh, is he going to get both of them? He did. He's a little bit of a lock-up. He got contact with Darling at the top of the hill. He was ever so late on the brakes there.
That was a very brave move, and that right-hander just before you climb up that rise is tighter than it looks from trackside.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was lucky enough to be taken for a few laps around this circuit a couple of years ago, and certainly some of the corners are tighter than they look.
And you are heading at, a strong head of speed up there as well, as with the fastest bit of this track heading up that hill. And yeah, like you say, when you're in the car, you're feeling the G-forces. It's definitely making you aware that there is a corner there. It's certainly not just a gentle right-hander, but it has sorted itself out. Oglesby did have to get it back together. He upset the run of Darling though, so he's now having to see whether he can catch up with Speaks. But I think with 3 minutes left on the clock, they're going to have a couple of laps to get back.
Big lock up, there's contact, and that's it's the 2 Hanifs. They've hit each other, and somebody else piles in. That's 33 Zach Lower and Tim Hardcastle as well. Carnage at the hairpin. Oh dear, that's going to make for an interesting journey home. That was Arif Hanif, went into the back of Barry. Look at the state of Barry's car. And Zach Lower stuck there as well. I think that might lead to a red flag.
I think so. There's a lot of fluid down there as well. Zach's going to have to turn off his engine because they lost all the fluid. So you can see the green flag there into the final corner, but they have got a bit of tidy up to do there, and their cars are in the middle of the track. So it will either end up, you can see the red flags being thrown against it, which is understandable. You can see Hardcastle's car there also suffering from contact. Zach got pinged up in the air. Finally, there's that Bailey now he has lost his nose cone finally.
Yes, Bailey without a nose cone, but a lot of damage at the hairpin there. It looked to me as though missing his braking point was Arif Hanif, number 74. He went straight into the back of Barry, and that took a couple of other cars out as well. Number 33, the yellow car, Zach Lower, crashed into them, and Tim Hardcastle, another innocent victim. Look at the state of Barry Hanif's car, and Zach Lower, the radiator's broken, there's coolant everywhere. So the safest option for the officials to bring out the red flag and stop this race with 2.5 minutes left on the clock. I imagine that will be race called. Yeah, we'll see that turn to a checkered flag very shortly, and they'll roll it back to the last completed lap by the whole field. So I don't know what the order of Oglesby, Darling, and Speaks were at the time. So that's going to be interesting to see how that kind of lines itself out, because the last completed whole lap by the whole field might be at least a couple of laps back. So we'll see what that happens. But one thing we do know is that Wheatley has absolutely dominated that race once more, like we saw him doing at Snetterton earlier in the season. He didn't quite get to dominate at Thruxton like that, but he did still have a couple of good results. There are the leaders heading past the scene of this accident, and see all that coolant drifting on across the circuit. They'll have to tidy that up before. But we've got a lunch break they're coming into now, so we'll have plenty of time for them to tidy that up. We are just going into our lunch break. We should be back underway and racing just before 3 p.m, so just over an hour for lunch. But provisional results of that one, we're waiting to see if the result does get taken back a lap at the moment. But provisionally, Ben Wheatley has taken his 4th win of the season ahead of Henry Speaks. That's his best finish of the season so far, if confirmed. Louis Darling in 3rd ahead of Paul Oglesby. It's Harrison Cavers who headed up the battle for 5th ahead of Nick Heighton. Adam Keane recovering after the early incidents for 7th ahead of Monty Hine. Then Alex Coombs and Andrew Bailey, despite the damage to his nose, completing the top 10. But as we say, we saw those 10 plus Gary Cross and Django Jones. They completed 10 laps. Everybody else has completed 9. Obviously Barry Hanif won't be classified as the cause of the red flag, so we are awaiting official confirmation of the result. That's how the positions were when the red flag came out.
Yes, we'll treat them as extremely provisional, because like I say, we'll go back that lap, and any car that is not under its own power when a red flag is thrown will be not included in the results. So we will wait and see what those actual results are. No doubt the drivers will be heading down towards that Parc Ferme, and we can listen to at least as they are classified now, who down there. But yeah, it's an opening race here at Anglesey. Just as we watch see the course vehicles going out there, but as we're just hearing that we haven't got a camera down in Parc Ferme at the moment, but we will hopefully bring you that data a bit later. But yeah, what an opening race then with the 270s. Little bit of action there, still not going to sort out all their issues, but the actual racing when it was up and running was pretty good.
It was certainly very good indeed, with Ben Wheatley missing all the fun out in front as he did at the opening round. Let's have a look at some highlights of that race. This is Adam Keane's huge lock-up into the hairpin, skating wide, clipping Alex Coombs, and that was where Andy Bailey got caught up as well. But I don't think there was any contact, so maybe the damage to his nose was done in another incident. Yeah,
but you could see he was fully locked up there. You can see, and he said that the braking points are tough to identify and get used to, and so wide is this track that if you do miss your braking point, that's the result. He tried everything. And here's the action. So yeah, just missing a braking point there. The two hands together. Coombs again lucky to escape round the outside there, and then caught up in the background. So Barry Hanif and Zach Lower. So we'll see Charlie Lower out in the track a bit later on, but his brother here getting caught out, and he will have a work to do to get that radiator fixed. And Hanif, I think with DPR, he's going to have all that front suspension looked at. Hardcastle did get contact, but does look like he got away with it.
It looked to me as though one of the spoilers ended up inside Tim Hardcastle's cockpit there.
It wouldn't be
That was
surprising.
rather
We
bizarre.
only attached them via. You can see the wind on the sea here. Look how rough that is, but what a spectacular shot.
Yes, I'm glad we're not racing powerboats today.
Yeah, but we really literally are on the promontory up here in North Wales, so it's fantastic to see. And again, it gets quite distracting as a driver when you're driving around this circuit, not to get too looking across the bay and seeing the boats and whatever else. But yeah, spectacular. Like I say, if you haven't been here, you must come down to Anglesey at some point to watch some motor racing.
Yes, it is. Even without the sun out, it's a lovely place here. This little corner of North Wales. Even for on the shorter circuit, using the corkscrew with the top hairpin cutouts, such a spectacular circuit.
And yeah, like we say, we've got plenty of Caterham action here throughout the course of the day. We are heading into that lunch break now, but we will be coming back with the 310R Championship, so the fourth step of the ladder, followed up by the Caterham 7 Championship UK. It's going to be starting around the sort of 3:30, followed by the CNC Heads Saloon Championship, moobob Academy, and then we've got Roadsport. But as we're waiting to see whether we can get our coverage coming through, we'll go to that lunch break now, but we will be back shortly after that lunch break in just under an hour's time.
Yes, the schedule will see the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship in action after lunch. That's followed by the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. Then we've got our support formula to the Caterhams this weekend, the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship, normally based down at Alton Park, the North West Sports and Saloons series, where you really can race anything you want to, as long as it's not a single-seater. Is the basic premise of that series. The moobob Caterham Academy Championship for our newcomers this year, and the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship will round out the first day of action here at the Anglesey Circuit. So we'll be back underway in about an hour's time following our lunch break.
All right, everybody, it's a lunch break here at Anglesey. Catch up with Duncan because we've got the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Championship. It's a series I don't know it as well as I'd like to, Duncan, so I thought we'd come down and have a chat with you. You're the coordinator for the series, and it really is a case of anything goes, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean the basic rule is, as long as the car was originally designed for the road, we should have a class for you.
Wow.
After that, you're either a modified road car, which is what it says, or a silhouette of, like mine here. It's a silhouette of a Proton, looks nothing like it, got a Ford engine, and there are other silhouettes we might see later on the track.
We're gonna touch on your car very shortly. Before we do that, of course, multiple classes. I think we had about 32 cars out in qualifying. Multiple classes, of course. You've already raced at Alton Park, I believe. Classes A, B, G, C, D, E, F. What's the talk me through it?
Well, we have two basic splits. Modified road cars, which are D, E and F.
Yeah.
And then they are different engine capacities. F is up to 1600. E is 1601 to 2.5 litre, and D is 2.5 litre plus. Then the special silhouettes, they're ABC, and they have the same engine splits, but anything goes in them pretty well. And then Class G is anything with a bike engine in it.
Wow, okay. So a lot to get to. Dave Goddard, our commentator, fortunately knows absolutely everything, which is brilliant. Duncan, let's talk about your car. Okay, we mentioned there, it's a Proton. It doesn't look like it, though, does it?
It is just about. It meets our regs of having a silhouette of.
Yeah.
It's a Sonny Howard space frame from the late 1990s. In those days, they were known as VSRs.
Yeah.
And obviously, I discovered, a late friend discovered that these look like a Proton, and it meets the measurements, so that's what it's entered at.
Can we walk a little bit? Is that all right? Because we've got such a mix of cars. I've done this before with a few other championships where, you know, when you're a kid and you've got your toy box and you open it up and you get all your cars out and you just line them up for a race and you think this would never happen in real life. But it does here, doesn't it? So, Paul, if you just turn around, because we've got a couple more. In fact, let's just grab the guys for a quick chat as well. Chaps, can we just jump in very, very quick chat, if that's all right? We've got Duncan here. We're just having a look at some of the cars, actually. Can you explain more about yours?
Yeah, so I had some engine misfires, basically. So anytime I was trying to accelerate it would just stutter. And eventually, when it did try to get me out, it just went full speed.
And you can't. He's trying to hide.
Go on.
Look, we're just having a look at the cars and just walking around the CNC Heads. It's such an array. We've got a Bentley over there. We'll come to that shortly as well. What's it like being part of this championship?
Yeah, it's very, very good. It's a good group of people as well. Always clean races, always fun races. It's always nice and clean as well. It's good fun.
And you guys, am I right in saying you're brothers? Is that right? And of course, you've got the same cars. What is it?
They're both Westfields. Slightly different engines in both. This one's we've just bought for the brand for this season. Yeah. I was in the blue one before. Yeah. We're just having a few issues with the red one as it's a brand new car, but hopefully we get it all sorted. For the race.
You'll be able to iron that out, no problem.
I hope so, yeah. Fingers crossed.
Thank you so much. We're just going to keep going. I really appreciate that. Thank you. A couple of Westfields there. We've got a Fiesta over here, and I mean, look, wow. Let's go over and have a look, shall we? Let's tell us more.
Well, this is Rick Wood. He is Mr. CNC, our sponsor, and that is a Volvo S60 Silhouette. It's a space frame Solution F with a LS7 7-litre V8 Chevy engine in the back, pulling 600 brake plus.
Wow. Well, I don't know if you can get the camera and just have a look at the engine in the back. Look, just pop the camera through the little the gap there. This really, really does take me back to play. It's almost like playing a computer game, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's a very quick car. It's a new one he's just brought out today, first time with it.
Oh, it's first time?
Well, with this one, he's had a Kia in the past.
Yeah.
And he races, obviously, he's known for his Skyline. He's builds Skylines. He builds, obviously, Capris. That's what he started with and still does. And he's been a very loyal sponsor. He's in his 18th year with us because he started out in this championship way back, some 30 plus years ago. Yeah. And it's his way of putting a little back into it, and we appreciate it very much, because
That is what motorsport's about, isn't it?
without the sponsors it cost us drivers a lot more.
That it would. Now, let's keep going for a little walk, because I've spied the Bentley down there as well. Let's talk about Anglesey first and foremost. I had the good fortune to go out around the track a little bit earlier today. The banking's a bit steeper than I thought.
Yeah, it is. It's a great circuit. I love it. I don't do as much racing this year, and I only tend to come here now because it's just a brilliant track. Great views, great tarmac, and yeah, you have a great weekend here. It seems relaxed, whatever happens.
It certainly does, and here it is, of course. Unfortunately for qualifying, I did see it here for quite some time. Do you know what happened?
I'm afraid I don't, because I was a bit busy elsewhere at the time.
I mean, this just goes to show the mix of cars that we have. Apologies about the noise. You can hear we've got a lot going on. Look, Duncan, I'm letting you crack on anyway, because you've got to go racing a bit. I really appreciate you giving a bit more information about the series. Like I said, it's not one that I've done a great deal about, but I feel I know a lot more about it now. So thank you very much. Good luck this afternoon as well. Of course, we will be watching, and hopefully I might be chatting to you in Parc Ferme a little bit later as well. You never know.
A lot of luck, that. I need a few fast ones to break down in my class.
Well, we don't want that to happen. We don't want that to happen. But look, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. And take care. Yes, so of course the CNC Heads Sports Saloon Championship coming up a little bit later. Just stay with me a little bit longer, shall we, as well, actually, whilst we've got a little bit of time. We're in a lunch break. You're not missing anything. Don't worry. I'll just turn the camera around onto the Lotus here as well. Look at this. This is just goes to show the wild mix of cars that we've got coming up for you in the CNC Heads Sports Saloon Championship. Of course, all 5 Caterham Championships are in play today as well. It is going to be an absolute corker of the weekend here at Anglesey. My first time here as well. Got a lot of fun coming up for you too. It's my job to try and see if I can make some of the drivers laugh a little bit later. So much throughout the course of the weekend. If you're watching, of course, at the BARC YouTube channel or the Caterham YouTube channel, please do hit that like button, that subscribe button as well. Every single race coming up for you live this weekend. I'm going to go get myself a sandwich. I'll be back soon. Don't go far.
Welcome back to Anglesey. We are in assembly area because we have the Vertex 310R race about to go out very, very soon. So it's very windy, so you have to bear with me. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Just a couple more cars to come in, but we'll have a walk down and speak to a few people. Let's speak to... We've got Steve and Alex Vincent joining us this weekend, so it's nice to have more on the grid. Alex, I'm just going to come to you. How are you getting on with Anglesey Circuit?
Well, I would like to be a bit further forward, obviously, but hopefully a much better day than yesterday. New engine, so onwards and upwards.
So new engine, obviously you're then... these cars are pretty robust, aren't they? You can then go out and just, you know, go quite quick with a new engine still.
Well, new engine straight into qualifying, so hopefully it will be okay.
Yeah. No, they're pretty good, aren't they? Well, enjoy it.
Thank you.
And yeah, good luck. And let's come down here. We'll have a quick word with Gareth Lucas. Good afternoon, Gareth.
Hello, hi.
How are you getting on? Are you enjoying Anglesey?
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. What a great circuit, isn't it? Amazing. And amazing testing actually over the last couple of days as well. So first time I've been here, so it was all completely new on Thursday. So yeah, but enjoying it.
First time ever here, because I think the last time Caterham raced here was 3 years ago for the Caterham Official Championship.
Well, welcome back after the lunch break here at Anglesey Circuit, the home of motorsport in North Wales, for the second race of the weekend here on BARC TV. It's the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship. Let's have a look at the grid for their first of 3 races this weekend. Philip Bianchi on pole position, his first pole position of the season, starting alongside Taylor O'Flanagan in the number 11 car. He's currently locked in battle for the championship lead with Lars Alexander Hoffmann. The cars moving away then on their green flag laps. Second row is Lars Hoffmann, number 70, and 77 Harvey Lawrence, the first amateur graded driver as opposed to Pro-Am. Row 3, Ben Lopez Appleton, and number 50 Paul Goldstein, who's here on both days this time. He missed the first day of Thruxton, but able to take part in qualifying this time. Row 4, 88 Ryan Wilby alongside 20 James Empson in the Kermit the Frog liveried car. And on row 5, Peter Mott and Jeff Price completing the top 10 on the grid. Row 6 of the grid, number 10 Gareth Lucas and 49 Steve Lancaster. Row 7, 17 Alex Vincent and 67 of Richard Coop. And 21 Charlie Lower will start at the back with a 10-second penalty for a tyre infringement in qualifying. So he's had his qualifying times disallowed. We'll have to start from the back with that penalty.
Yeah, we're limited to tyres this year, so that means they have to register what tyres they're running on the car for any session they're out on track. So yes, they anyone who doesn't do that will have to start from the back with a delay start as well. But no doubt we will see him flying back through the field. He regularly does. I am looking forward to this one. Philip Bianchi shoving his white car on pole position then. Great qualifying performance for him. I'm not sure if he started on pole before, but he's a specialist round here. He's got the lap record in, I think it's either the Academy or Roadsport. Let's have a look. He's in fact it's 270R. He's got the lap record, so he's quick round here. And Taylor O'Flanagan, Lars Hoffmann, Charlie Lower, and having a, you know, we've seen them having a dig-dong battle all the way through this season, and that will continue, no doubt. Harvey Lawrence putting it on that AM pole quite considerably ahead of Jeff Price, his next best competitor, and a little bit further down the field. But looking forward to this. They've given us some spectacular action over the course of this 2 race meets so far, and can't wait for them to get first of their 3 20-minute races that they've got. Slightly different qualifying order for race 2. We'll cover that at some point during the day, but this is the 4th step of the Caterham ladder. So the 270Rs we've already seen today, well, these cars have got a limited slip rear differential and even more power. Hard to believe when you watch these cars driving around that they're still based on the underlying Academy car that we'll see a little bit later on today. How much more race focused they are, much more steady, stable out there, and real race machinery heading around this Anglesey Circuit. Great to be here. Windy out there, so they've got a bit of an environment to deal with as well.
So it is Philip Bianchi, number 16, the man from Malta, on pole position. He's the white and red car alongside the all-yellow car of Taylor O'Flanagan. O'Flanagan and Lars Hoffmann in the red and white Mottle liveried car on row number 2. They've divided up the 6 wins so far between the 2 of them. Alongside Lars Hoffmann is Harvey Lawrence, the bright yellow and blue liveried number 77. And then Paul Goldstein, as his name suggests, is in gold. Ben Lopez Appleton in the grey car with the green trim alongside him. So this will be a 20-minute race for the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship. Watch for Charlie Lower from the back of the grid, the Dayglow yellow and blue car coming through the field. He's third in the championship as the red lights go out, and away we go. Now, who's going to get the whole shots? Charlie Lower, of course, starting with the 10-second penalty from the back as the cars come out of turn 1 and up towards the baggy. It's O'Flanagan who's got the advantage ahead of Bianchi. Third is Hoffmann in the Motel car, and a couple of lockups there, 3 wide in the pack on the outside there. James Empson goes onto the grass in the green number 20, and he'll drop a little further back, drops behind Gareth Lucas, the number 10 car. But it's Taylor O'Flanagan, the number 11, who leads the way. Bianchi in second place, then in third place is Hoffmann, Harvey Lawrence in fourth, as they head up towards the complex at Rocket for the first time up the inside, under braking. Bianchi tries to take the lead. Has he got the move done? He's run very wide on the exit, and O'Flanagan back in front.
Yep, we're going to see a lot of overtaking. Another driver on the grass there that looked like Jeff Price, just dropping his wheels onto the right hand edge of the track there. We're going to see a lot of overtaking into Rocket and then round this Peel section as we go through the course of this race afternoon and through tomorrow. We're going to see how quickly Charlie Lower can catch up with this group. He obviously had a 10-second delay. That's going to take a little while for him to get back. Quite a severe penalty, isn't it, for forgetting to register your tyres. But Terry O'Flanagan then leading him up to the hairpin this time. Bianchi holding on well in second place. Hoffman just in a watching brief. A lead AM driver there. Harvey Lawrence in that fourth place. Goldstein, a little puff of lock up there potentially with Ryan Wilby not too far behind. So Ryan Wilby making a good start. Emerson got dropped onto the grass, so he's dropped all the way to the back of this pack. You can see all the drivers pretty much nose to tail at the moment. They'll be working out how do they manoeuvre themselves further up the order. We're going to see Gareth Lucas down the inside, seeing whether he can make a little race like. There's Jeff Price, who we saw dropping his wheels onto the grass at the top of Rocket as well. Just ahead of him is Ryan Wilby. So as they head into turn one again, just as they complete their lap.
Putting a wheel out onto the curb there, Taylor O'Flanagan under pressure from Philip Bianchi. Third is Hoffman. Lawrence leads the AM class up there in fourth place. Then Goldstein will be Price and Lopez, Appleton, Peter Motts, number 96 next in the order. Back of the field is still Charlie Lower. He's got a few seconds to make up to catch up to 67 Richard Coop at the tail of the field there, the green and black car, but trying to make a move for the lead is Bianchi. Moves his way towards the inside. They head along the, well, I'm going to say the back straight, but it's not very straight. It curves gently, then tightens as you go up the hill into the left-hander at Rocket, and Bianchi has taken the lead. He's got his braking right this time into the right-hander out of the complex. And now O'Flanagan under pressure from his arch-rival Lars Hoffmann, the German, in third place. Up towards the right-hander at Peel we go. Harvey Lawrence going great guns up there in fourth position. Then the drop down into the left-hander at Seaman's Corner, named after Dick Seaman, the great pre-war Grand Prix racer. Lost his life suddenly just before the Second World War broke out, and along the Tom Price Straights, the great Welshman of the 70s in Formula One. Into the hairpin it is Bianchi, breaking away by a couple of car lengths, looking for his first win in this category, and the first driver other than O'Flanagan and Hoffman to potentially take a win this year.
These drivers, fourth year or fourth level of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, many of them in multiple years of Caterham action. They know exactly how to drive these cars. You can see this look a little bit more under control as Hoffman just goes down the inside, then O'Flanagan this time through, but these drivers know exactly where those braking points are and how to do them. Some of these drivers will have raced here before. It's a few years since we were last at Anglesey, and I think it's been resurfaced since the days that I've raced here in the past. It's quite a lot smoother out there, especially as you're going up into Rocket. It used to be really quite bumpy over there. That's been smoothed out to give you a bit more of a comfortable ride, but it's a little bit of a gap then from Bianchi. Bianchi really has got the speed this weekend, hasn't he? Great to see him on that pole position, and now that he's broken clear of Hoffman, Hoffman's having trouble clinging on in there, and now that he's deposed Taylor Flanagan, there is that gap, another bit of grass taken away. He wasn't leaving any millimetre spare, but Taylor Flanagan went up the inside anyway. He's going to have the ideal line as they come up the hill, and Hoffman's going to try and outbrake him. They're going to go side by side. They're going to slow themselves down even more. Great to see Harvey Lawrence still involved in that battle as well, our lead AM driver, and he's had some rather unlucky races over the course of his race career so far, so it's great to see him still firmly in that battle. Just Goldstein behind him. Great to see that he's doing a full race weekend with him so he can actually get some of that performance out of the car, and Ryan will be seeing a great step up in speed and performance this year, so he's in that battle. And it's Jeff Price next up. Where is Charlie Lower? Is he involved in that battle there? We're just watching Gareth Lucas. Is this Charlie coming over the crest of the hill there?
That was Richard Coop towards the back, so Lower's still a little bit further back at the moment. He was 5 seconds off the back of the field at the end of the previous lap, but he is closing up. Side by side, that's Ben Lopez Appleton making a move on Jeff Price in the 38 cars for P7 out of the hairpin. Fastest lap with Paul Goldstein. As you said, Chris, he's only competed in half of the first 2 weekends because he races in several different Caterham series around the UK with his car, as Price takes the place back again through the bus stop past the pits. Of course, this is effectively the second iteration of the Anglesey Circuit. It was a completely different layout when the circuit was first built, and it held rallycross here among other things. First 4 have broken away very slightly. There's the battle for 5th, and Paul Goldstein has just lost that 5th place as Ryan Wilby got through at turn 1. The Dayglow orange and white car there. Ben Lopez Appleton still having a go at Jeff Price. Then behind him is Peter Mott in the number 96. Here come your leaders. The top 3 have closed up slightly once again. as they go out of the back of the circuit, out of Church, and going through the outside is Lars Hoffman, but he'll have the inside for the left-hander. In fact, he's got the move done before the left-hander at Rocket, and into the lead goes the Motor-sponsored car of Lars Hoffman.
Yeah, they decided they were just going to let that happen, and the gap was halved from Charlie Lower from the rear of the field from the start, and now he's only 2 seconds off the rear, so he will be coming through. Has he got enough time, though, to get through in this first race? That's probably in doubt, but by the start of the second race, I'm sure he'll be right back in the action. We see Lancaster there. He's locked up a couple of times, so watch out for him. He maybe have got a little flat spot on that car. Emson's just trying to get back through and over the top of him as Gareth Lucas comes over the crest there, down on the left hand through Siemens. You've got side by side for the lead once more, as Hoffman is going to go try around the outside, or rather protect around the outside, but Bianchi's going to tuck on the inside. O'Flanagan looks comfortable and happy just to wait it out at the moment. He knows he's not really racing against us. Ebson just really late on the brakes there underneath Lancaster, doesn't get it done. But yeah, just sort of happy to sit there at the moment. He's certainly not showing his full pace and doesn't need to right now. Interesting to see Ben Lopez Appleton a little bit further back down the field. We saw him sort of fighting for the lead in the other 2 rounds, so he's drifted off the back a bit and not finding the pace just yet.
As Ben Lopez Appleton always goes well in the reverse grid races as well. He got the luck of the draw at Thruxton. It's the grey car with a little bit of green trim, currently 6th in the Pro-Am category. There's the Dutch Barn Vodka sponsored car of Steve Lancaster, number 49. So much support they've given to Caterham over the last couple of years. No drinking and driving, of course. James Empson giving chase in the Kermit the Frog liveried car. Has a look up the inside there as here come your leaders. Taylor O'Flanagan's going to try and do to Hoffman what Hoffman did to Bianchi on the previous lap. These two absolutely side by side into the Rockets complex, and O'Flanagan does rocket through on the inside. Can he keep the inside line into the right-handed section now? Yes, he can. He's up into P2, but Bianchi has escaped a little bit there. He's about 4 or 5 Caterham lengths clear. 4th is still Harvey Lawrence, the AM class leader, and then it's Goldstein and Lopez Appleton slugging it out for Ryan Wilby and Paul Goldstein, I should say, slugging it out for 5th position overall, with Lopez Appleton and Jeff Price next.
Yeah, it's interesting. Every time Hoffman is following, he loses a bit out to Bianchi, so O'Flanagan's able to close the gap for them, but every time that it's Hoffman behind Bianchi, just doesn't quite have that same turn of pace. I know they've been battling, which has sort of emphasised that more, but it's just something I'm keeping an eye out for. Great to see Ryan Wilby dragging Paul Goldstein together. A little bit of a gap back to Ben Lopez Appleton, and then this mob of cars. There you go. Charlie Lower is now ahead of Coop in the background and fully into this first group of cars that he's got to get through, but you can see he's got the whole length of the kind of return leg of that straight as they come down into the last corner on the bend, but he is making that progress, and he will start using the toe and his racecraft to get through this sort of rear of the pack. It's not a massive pack, so he will be back in the action, but he's only got 11 minutes to see whether he can kind of join and how many points he can get. Every single place he gets is an extra point in the championship, so it can be really important.
It's going up towards half distance then in the first of 3 races this weekend for the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship. Empson and Lancaster battling it out for P10 we watch at the moment, and just in behind them is number 17 Alex Vincent, making his first appearance of the season, the man from Marple in Cheshire. Ryan will be pulling away a little from Paul Goldstein now in the virtually all gold machine. It's even got a gold transporter and gold racewear as well, very much living up to his name, as still side by side there. Hoffman and O'Flanagan do the shuffle through Rocket. Hoffman comes out in front up towards the long right-hander at Peel. Now, where has Charlie Lower made it up to so far in the 21? He's only gained 1 place, showing just how evenly matched these cars are. He's up to 14th ahead of Richard Coop, the 67. Try and spot Lower as he comes through here as they go down the drop out of Peel towards Siemens Corner.
There he is.
Yes, there he is, the bright yellow fronted car, number 21.
And he's got the bit between his teeth. You can tell by the attitude of that car as he came over the top of around Peel and down into the valley at the bottom there. He really is flinging that car around, and why wouldn't you? He's got still a little bit of work to do to get back to the rear of Lucas's car, but as soon as he does that, he will be in this train of cars and using their hole that they're creating in the air to draw his car further forward. Obviously still a long way back. That 10 seconds is such a lot of certainly you're going to remember not to forget to do that again. But there's Peter Mott leading Jeff Price, who's leading Empson on his fight back through. He's now ahead of Lancaster there, looking like he was going to watch the cars in front of them having a nice little jolly time on the grass. There's Harvey Lawrence ahead of Ryan Wilby, and he's drawing with him Goldstein. So these three are having their own sort of separate battle now. Everything's separated a little bit at the front there, and like O'Flanagan and Hoffman maybe gifting Bianchi, there's just the hint of a gap, isn't there, as they keep battling, and Bianchi's a little bit further back in the championship, a couple of places back, and we know that O'Flanagan and Hoffman really are the guys in the hot seat at the moment as far as winning this 310R championship. There's Ryan Wilby then up the inside of Harvey Lawrence, disposing him. Harvey Lawrence is the first AM driver, so not losing out of place in this point, but obviously he won't want to see Jeff Price getting too much closer. We saw Ben Lopez-Appleton outbraking himself in the background there.
So they've split into two groups of three at the front of the field then. Ryan Wilby into P4. Fastest lap of the race now with Bianchi, the race leader, 140.077. 3/4 of a second or so clear of Hoffman at the line last time through. Just over 8.5 minutes of this race to go. Towards the hairpin they come for the 7th time. Ryan Wilby coming under fire from Lawrence now to try and retake 4th place. He still leads the AM division. Second in that is Peter Mott. Now he's got ahead of Jeff Price further back. The other AM runners further back. Lancaster 4th, Vincent 5th, and Gareth Lucas in 6th place in the category.
Charlie Lower there in the background played the Jaws music. He's very nearly caught up that gap. It was a significant gap last time through, and he's eaten up what must have been 3 or 4 seconds just in that one lap. This pace differential. I saw a black and white flag there being shown potentially for number 49. That's Steve Lancaster, isn't it? So he's got the first black and white that I've seen, and can't do that too many more times, otherwise he will start picking up time penalties out there. You get one free pass where you don't get any notification. Then if you see that black and white flag, it means you've gone over track limits at least twice. If you get another warning, that'll be the point at which they give you 5-second penalty to start with, then 10 seconds, then a drive through, and then exclusion. So you can't do it too often. Not seen that yet, but it's worth keeping an eye on as we see Ryan Wilby and Harvey Lawrence go side by side as they go up towards Rocket again. Harvey Lawrence on the inside. We're going to see that position change, aren't we? It's a kind of a nice comfortable overtake, or a little bit of a lock up there from Goldstein as he was looking to see whether he could also go through. He did, in fact he did go through, so Ryan Wilby must have outbraked himself or had some other issue changing down through the gears, because Goldstein has made up another place. And like I said earlier, good to see Goldstein here taking part in practice, taking part in qualification, therefore not sort of starting from a rear foot, because this championship is so fast and hotly contended. The drivers know exactly what they're doing. If you try and turn up mid-race, it really isn't going to do well, so he's going to see what he can do today. But Bianchi has lost his lead now. Hoffman has come across that gap, so forget what I said earlier. Hoffman does have the pace in that car. Taylor O'Flanagan is drawing alongside, and again I think Taylor O'Flanagan just looks the calmest of everyone so far. Every time he sees a gap he pushes forward and says come on, let's keep going, but when the gap's not there he's quite chilled out at the moment.
Not chilled out certainly are the two leaders there. Hoffman at the inside has taken the lead into the bus stop. So the number 70 car moves to the front. Over the line they go.
There's a yellow flag there. I'm not sure what that's caused by, whether someone's gone off or gone dismissing. But just on the exit of turn 1, at the last corner there was a yellow flag waving.
I can't see at the moment any names dropping down the timing screen, so we'll pick that up when we can.
Could be for debris. There's a car maybe.
Peter Mott has dropped back quite a long way. He's down in 13th place. So Jeff Price hasn't come through. That could be who it was. Jeff, in fact, it's Peter Mott's car, number 96, that is the yellow and black, so he's out of the race.
And I wonder whether they've had contact, maybe Jeff Price, Lars Hoffman, using the grass as the apex there, really using that, but Philip Bianchi is going to get up the inside, and Taylor O'Flanagan is just watching at this stage. Coming down towards that 5 minutes to go, so things will start ramping up just a little bit. I don't think you can go all the way around the outside, around up into Peel. That's a tough way to do, and he doesn't have to drop back into that second place, but they're all moving themselves offline, which means that they're slowing their lap times, and that's going to give Harvey Lawrence another chance to catch up, our lead AM driver, who's drawing along Goldstein, the next of our Pro-Ams, coming along after him, and Ryan Wilby's right in his wheel tracks as well. Then comes Ben Lopez-Appleton, you can see here, Emson in his going with the Frog, and then just a little bit further back there, lower, but he's not far off now, but he's only got 5 minutes to see what else he can do.
He's up to P10 because we've lost Jeff Price and Peter Mott. They must have had a coming together coming through the bus stop, I think, because we saw Peter Mott's car in the infield. I didn't see where Jeff Price's car has gone, but he is out of the race. He's not come through on the last couple of laps. Meanwhile, here come the leaders. Bianchi back in front of Hoffman out of the final corner this time. Taylor O'Flanagan perhaps just biding his time behind them, looking for the opportunity to make as late a move as he can. It's all about timing your finishing move, a bit like at the end of something like the Daytona 500. You've got to be in the right place to get that run over the line in first place.
Yep, the tactics all become important, they become more relevant. not seen anyone being able to. There's Peter Mott's car, and that's why we've still got that yellow flag out the final corner. The driver's still in that car and can't really go anywhere, so he's probably just waiting for instructions from the marshal about what they want to do. And at the moment the race is just going on with the yellow flags covering him. He's in the sort of cockpit, he's in a safe position, safer than he would be out of that car right now as we watch this battle then intensifying. Philip Bianchi's definitely led the most laps of this race, but it doesn't mean he's going to lead the most important one. And the two drivers around him know how to manoeuvre themselves. They know all the tactics there is going about how do you get to the front of this race. And I still see that yellow car hanging out there and looking pretty comfortable. But Bianchi has got the pace in that car. If Taylor Flanagan and Hoffman do battle, that will let Bianchi just pull away. And it's now Goldstein who's got ahead of Harvey Lawrence and Ryan Wilby, so he's moving up in the latter stage of this race. Then there's Ben Lopez-Upperton, and here comes Emson over the crest of the hill. There's Charlie Lower just behind him now.
Yeah, he's made up another place. He's got ahead of Steve Lancaster in the Dutch Barn Vodka car. Two groups of three still at the front of the field, and Goldstein's up in the fourth place. He's gone ahead of Harvey Lawrence now as they go through the hairpin. A little bit of a slide there on the exits. Just over 3 minutes of this race to go. There'll be yellow flags out, I think, still at the final corner. Harvey Lawrence thought about a look there. We'll check if that yellow flag is still there.
Yeah, I think I could still just about see it. Yeah, so it is still there. So it looks like they're going to cover that until the end. Although I can't see it. Sometimes they do. Once the drivers have all had a good opportunity to see an obstacle like that, sometimes they will withdraw that. But obviously, it affects the overtaking into the final corner, which isn't going to be great for the drivers. They have to take that into account, and you'll clock all these things as a driver and work out. Well, okay, I have to make my move a corner sooner, and then even then it can change because if the yellow flag is withdrawn, then obviously it leaves them open to an overtake. So it's a really difficult position to be in, but Bianchi has managed that position pretty well so far. Hoffman's going to go around his outside. I think Taylor Flanagan's going to try this time and make that a 2-for-1. So he's gone underneath as well. A little bit of a lock up there. He was trying really hard. In fact, it was Hoffman off wide. So Hoffman has loft out big time then. Taylor Flanagan saw that happening and thought, right, great, I've got that as a place. He is now exactly where he wanted to be. 2 minutes left on the clock.
And what I said about biding his time, seeing what happened ahead of him, he's timed that perfectly there, potentially, Taylor O'Flanagan. But Philip Bianchi wants his first 310R victory. Down towards Siemens Corner once again, then onto the Tom Price straight. There's the battle for fourth. Goldstein, Lawrence and Ryan will be in behind. Then a gap back to Ben Lopez-Appleton. Is it Emson still next? Yes, there he is, but he's being reeled in by Charlie Lower. The man from the back of the grid made up the deficit very nicely. Stephen Lancaster next. Then we've got number 10 of Gareth Lucas and number 17 Alex Vincent.
We'll still want more places out of this though. Lower, it's say a lot of championship points up of the road ahead of him that he's losing out on. This will be one of his drops, but he wants to maximise this result. He will be back in the grid, I assume, because the penalty was for this race, and the grid for the next race is actually set by the second fastest qualifying lap in their qualifying session, so we should see him right up the front. Every single point therefore is important that he can go and grab back. Is he going to get in head of the Emson car here, the Frog car, looking fantastic out there. But here's Goldstein and Harvey Lawrence having their battle. And Ryan Wilby's just lost out a little bit in this sort of latter part of the race, so Ryan Wilby watching these two cars drift away from him in front. Remember, it is Harvey Lawrence in the lead of the AM class, so he's not really directly battling, although he will want to be as far up this as possible. A little bit of a separation then between Taylor and Flanagan. Bianchi really has got the quick car this race weekend. Can he hang on in there? Are we on the last lap? It's going to be close. I think we might well be.
I think we are, yes.
So this will be the final time then up into Rocket. That's one overtaking position gone. Not too many more left to go. So in fact, Bianchi is in the good seats at the moment, but it will depend if that yellow flag has been withdrawn, and we obviously got one last hairpin to go as well. Taylor O'Flanagan right underneath the rear panel then of Bianchi as they head through the right here upper peel, and then they're going to go down into the left of Siemens, and then they're going to go on to the final, probably big overtaking position up into the hairpin.
Here they come then, 20 seconds on the clock, so I think we will get the checkered flag this time. The midfielders head through, Lower having a go at Emson there as they came over the brow of the hill. Bianchi defending from Taylor O'Flanagan. He does not want to run wide on the exit. This is going to be close. They're heading up the straight there. The clock is going to count down to 0 now. So it looks like we'll get checkered flag this time. Taylor O'Flanagan, has he timed it right? He's going for the inside into the bus stop for the final time. He hasn't led any of this race yet. They're going to finish side by side, I think, these two. Bianchi's going to keep his foot in. O'Flanagan takes the line. They cross the line together. O'Flanagan gets it. And he timed it absolutely perfectly. I said he was biding his time behind the other two, and he has timed his finishing move to perfection. Taylor O'Flanagan it is who snatches the win on the line from Philip Bianchi, Lars Hoffman third, and Harvey Lawrence fourth to win the AM class. Then Paul Goldstein, Ryan Wilby, Lopez Appleton, Charlie Lower from the back of the grid, then Emerson and Lancaster round out the top 10.
Verging on cruel, that wasn't it for Bianchi. You can nearly have it, nearly, but I'm going to take it on that very last corner. And certainly, if the yellow flag is after the corner, I think it had been withdrawn at that point anyway. It would have been fine because Charlie Lower was ahead all the way. Flanagan was ahead all the way through that last corner, so he would have taken that anyway. Bianchi in that second place, side by side through the final corner. Great action from the 310s. Once more, Charlie Lower doing some damage limitation, but I think that's going to be one of the races he just has to drop towards the end of this, the end of the season.
So Phil Bianchi's search for a first 310R win goes on at least until race 2. Win number 4 of the season for former champion Taylor O'Flanagan by 0.131 of a second. Hoffman a second back in third place. He'll be running wide at Rocket earlier on. 12 laps completed by our race winner O'Flanagan ahead of Bianchi. That's his second place of the season. Hoffman in third. Harvey Lawrence wins the AM class in fourth. Then Paul Goldstein in fifth. Ryan Wilby sixth. Ben Lopez Appleton seventh. Charlie Lower, good run through from the back to take eighth place overall. Emerson ninth. Lancaster 10th. Then Lucas Vincent and Cooper. We lost Peter Mott and Jeff Price. That concludes the 310Rs then. We move up another gear to the pure race machines next. The Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship coming up in just a moment. So it's the quickest cars you'll see here this weekend going out on the track very shortly. Then just a couple of cars to be recovered from out on circuit, which gives us a chance to say a big thank you to all of the Orange family here this weekend, our volunteer marshals, our recovery crews and everyone else as well. We couldn't go racing without our off-track officials. And full credit to all our volunteer marshals out there braving these windy conditions here this weekend. They're always out there in all weathers, no matter what the conditions, to allow our heroes to go racing on the circuits around the UK. So a big thank you as always to all of them. We must also extend our condolences to the friends and family of two members of the British motorsport scene who of course so tragically lost their lives last weekend on May the 24th. Di Roberts, a rally co-driver from Wales, sadly lost his life while competing in the Jim Clark Rally in southern Scotland alongside James Williams, and also at Donington Park last weekend at a meeting organised by the Vintage Sports Car Club. One of Britain's leading pre-war car racers, Julian Grimwade, sadly lost his life in an accident there. So our condolences to everyone who knew them, may they rest in peace. A minute's silence was observed here at Anglesey during the lunch break. Race in peace, Di Roberts and Julian Grimwade. We wait the cars shortly then for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK, and these, Chris, are the cars that are not based on the other 4 ranks of the Caterham ladder. These are pure race cars.
Yep, they're sort of substantially. It's the final step of the ladder. It's an absolutely race-focused machine, so they look very similar from the outside. So the sort of differences you'll see are the roll cage looks different, and they've also got a tonneau cover, sort of a metal tonneau cover over the top of the cockpit, so the driver's sort of a bit more enclosed in. And this is a 180 horsepower, 2-litre Ford Duratec engine, fully sort of uprated race suspension, and the dampers from Bilstein, and they run on slick tyres as well. So not only do they have epic amounts of power in this car that only weighs half a tonne, they also run on slick tyres. They have one new set of slick tyres per race weekend, and they get to use them over the course of the weekend. So they're fantastic. They're not like slick tyres in Formula 1 that only last a few laps. They last the whole race weekend and beyond into testing as well. So great value. And we saw them last out with the touring cars at Brands Hatch Indy, and they put on a fantastic show.
Didn't they just?
It was a brilliant set of races from them, and what a set of races we've got this year. Harry Senior doing a fantastic job to sort of manage Brands Hatch very well, but Matt Armstrong absolutely there or thereabouts all the time. Paul Donkin, Harry Cook, Justin Armstrong, Henry Heaton, and all of them getting fully involved in the lead battle through the course of this year. And it really is a case of how do you just minimise those, and maximise your luck and minimise the issues as they go out. But they're doing a fantastic job so far. It's been fantastic to watch, and having driven this car and raced this car, I know how difficult it is to keep that concentration in levels you need but they're showing it with aplomb, and it's looking like we've got a really good set of they're all again around about the similar times out in qualifying earlier on, but we've got an AM driver actually on our pole position. It's quite exciting. So Craig Story put his car into the one-shot single lap qualifying that they have for the top 5 positions, and came away with the pole position there ahead of Donkin in that second place. Matt Armstrong finds himself in 3rd, Senior 4th, then it's Cook, and then Fraser. So Fraser also doing a great job to be out in that qualifying, and in the Dutch Barn Vodka, the sort of the title sponsor. But yeah, I'm looking forward to these races. Again, they've got 3 races, all 20 minutes of action, and again, very experienced drivers. Many of these drivers hold a championship or multiple championships, and it's great to see them able to sort of charge around this Anglesey Circuit. You can see there in the background the sea. It's choppy as the wind, and the hills. The Snowdonia National Park is the Snowdonia Park is just sort of bathed in those clouds. We've seen them sort of coming and going throughout the course of this day, but it's fantastic to be here. Wind is definitely an issue, but we've got some great track action.
Okay, so the car's about to head out onto circuit. We'll give you the full grid shortly, but I think in the meantime, our pit reporter Ian and Sam Parker, also down in the assembly area, caught up with a couple of the drivers earlier.
Wow, what a fantastic battle between these top 3 guys. That was fantastic racing. Look how happy they are with that. They really, really enjoyed it. Clean, close racing for all that 20 minutes. I'll speak to Taylor first. In first place, that was 2 of you across. I saw here go across there, and I thought, oh my gosh, who's going to come out on top? Fantastic race between you 3. It was amazing to watch.
Yeah, I'd kind of consigned it to Phil to take the win at the end there, but in the last lap I managed to sit close to him, and I was like, and he gave me the inside line. I was like, okay, but it was super close. He did really well to defend it. Yeah, amazing drive by Phil. I feel like I kind of stole that one from him, bless him. But yeah, super drive, and very happy.
Excellent. More points for the championship as well. Yeah, well done. Fantastic. Phil, fantastic race. I was just saying to Taylor and to the guys on the camera, it was so clean, tidy, but really competitive and close all race. It was brilliant. Did you enjoy it as much as we did?
I did enjoy it. Initially I thought I broke away, just for a few laps, and then I saw that it was Taylor and Laws behind me, and I was trying my best to keep the gap, but they caught up at the end. And just the last lap, I thought I had enough of a gap, but Taylor caught me, and I think I gave him the inside, which I tried to keep, and we're neck and neck on the line, so it's going to have to be next one.
But you did get fastest lap.
Did I? Okay, that's good. Consolation.
Yeah, well done, Phil. That's awesome.
It's really good. Really good. Enjoyed it.
Looking forward to the next one.
Thank you.
Well done. And Lars, where's Lars gone? He's behind me. Here we go. Lars, let's have a quick word. That was a great race between you three. Well, I enjoyed it watching it. Sorry?
Could be better for me.
Could be better, of course. Bit of a lock-up at Rocket, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah, it was my fault, and bit too overheating the tires.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? You don't overdrive it too much.
Yeah. When you have overdrive it once, then it's done.
Yeah. Well, still, great job. Awesome driving. Well done. Right, so next race is the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship. So I'll hand over to Dave and Chris.
Thank you, Sam. We'll have a look at the grid then for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship Race 1. It is Craig Story, great lap in the Super Pole session alongside Paul Donkin on the front row. Second row, Matt Armstrong and Harry Senior, the two winners at Brands Hatch last time out. Row 3, Harry Cook and Chris Fraser. Fourth row, Tom Eden and Justin Armstrong, father of Matt. And on completing the top 10, Greg Monks and Darren McCormack. Row 6, we have number 35, Mark Kendall, alongside 98, James Hall. Row 7, 66, Jake Swan, his first appearance of the season. 68, Chris Welch. And number 16, Steve Metcalf, will start at the back of the grid. Again, a tyre infringement from qualifying. We'll see him start with a 10-second penalty from the back of the field in the number 16 car.
You can just see the extra speed in the background as these cars whip through. They are absolutely carrying. They have to weave around to get the heat back into their slick tyres. If they don't get the heat in, it becomes extremely difficult to get off the line in one of these machines, and they will wheel spin very quickly unless you do get that the heat into the carcass of the tyre. So they are weaving around, plus using their brakes quite heavily to try and do it. Anglesey's at least got a little bit of a run out there, so they can actually do some of those actions. Round Brands Hatch, it's such an abbreviated lap that it's really difficult to get your full heat into the tyres. But we're going to see how Craig Story manages with the pressure of being on that pole position. He's not actually fighting the people directly around him, and if he gets too many, if he gets 3 podiums the course of this season, he will be moved upper class into that Pro-Am Championship. Donkin there getting a last little bit of thing. They've got a side-by-side, so it's not a staggered grid here at Anglesey. The grid's not long enough for them to do the sort of the staggered grid, so they are a side-by-side this time out, which is going to be new for them, because so far this season they have had that more spread out grid. As we watch the marshals, again, on behalf of all the drivers, so many thanks to all the marshals out there as the last few cars come in. Who's going to make the best start then?
It's the Dayglow liveried car of Craig Story on the front row, Paul Donkin in red and white, Matt Armstrong the blue and Dayglow red car on the second row, alongside championship leader Harry Senior in the light blue with the red roll cage. The 5-second board is held aloft, waiting for the red lights to come on. They do so now. The revs are up for the Caterham 7 UK Championship, sponsored by Dutch Barn Vodka. They're underway. Good start by Paul Donkin, good start by Harry Senior from the outside line as well. Steve Metcalf waits to set off with that 10-second penalty at the back, and out of the first corner it is Paul Donkin who has got the lead. Harry Senior going for the inside. Big lock up from Chris Fraser in the turquoise and white car. That took Harry Cook, I think that was out wide, but they avoided each other, and they're all round the first couple of corners okay. Craig Story going for the inside at Church Corner. That's a brave overtaking spot, but he's made it stick, and he's got the lead in what I call the fruit salad car with that Dayglow yellow and pink livery. It's 4 cars together for the lead. This is going to be interesting as they go up into Rocket. Look at this, Donkin's going for the inside. Harry Senior's been crowded out on the outside. I think Story's done enough, just about to hold his lead. No, Donkin's got through, and now who's this coming up? That's Matt Armstrong coming up on the outside, and he's going to get second place.
Harry Cook got an absolute horrible start off the line, then it continued as he went into the Lancaster, locked up into turn 1, but he has managed to recover some of that damage, and he's now sat behind Justin Armstrong, lead and driver then, as they come down the hill into Siemens. There's Chris Welch just a little bit off the back of this field, but he'll be able to catch them all back up as it all settles down. Donkin though has got that lead then ahead of Matt Armstrong. Story slipping to third place as another lock up from Justin Armstrong there as he came in. We're seeing that lots and lots, aren't we? They just haven't quite got that front temperature in place yet. He was lucky to avoid the car in front of him as they head then down into the final corner. Then you can see the sea in the background. Donkin though leads Matt Armstrong, leads Craig Story. Cook's then back down the inside and recovering all of that start issue that he had. So we watch Greg Monks going side by side a little bit further back through the field there as they head into turn 1 for the second time.
66 Jake Swan, his first meeting of the season, quite appropriately he's here at Anglesey beside the sea, as he's a former powerboat racer taking to racing on dry land in the last few years. There he is, the 66 car, not to be confused with Jake Swan, the classic touring car racer. Incidentally, we see him out in his Ford Anglia with the CTCRC. They're all round the first lap. Okay, it's Donkin from Armstrong, third place is Story, then it's Harry Cook. Somebody kicking up a lot of dust there in the background. Harry Senior's dropped back to 5th place, and he's got Justin Armstrong Senior on his tail here as they go up into Rocket this time. Matt Armstrong, has he taken the lead? Indeed he has, from Paul Donkin. Donkin had a win at the season opener at Snetterton, but he's been so often the nearly man in Caterham racing. He's up there in 2nd place. There's Chris Fraser, the Australian-born driver, coming under fire. Yes, getting pushed from Darren McCormack in the 62 car there. He missed the last round at Thruxton, so eager to make up the lost points.
We've seen Chris Fraser lock up again, and he had that same issue last time I was watching him out at Snetterton. It still looks like he's having a little bit of a brake issue, and obviously if you lock up a couple of times on these slick tyres and you're right on the edge of grip, that will happen again and again, and it will get the worse and worse as the course of the race weekend, as we watch Mark Kendall going round then as the rear of this field. But Chris Fraser's still having brake problems at the moment, and he's been avoiding sort of crashes a couple of times. In fact, we're now locked up with Craig, locked up there Darren McCormack as he's just avoiding the rear of the panel of that Chris Fraser car.
Matt Armstrong's on the fastest lap, 132.186. He leads the way. Craig Story trying to close down Paul Donkin for 2nd place. Then it's Harry Cook recovering from that slightly poor start. Senior down in 5th place. Then Justin Armstrong. Then it gap back to everybody else trying to be 7th behind them. Through Church Corner. Speed really mounting through the right-hander there. Armstrong covers the inside line. Story and Donkin side by side out the back of the circuits. Through the right-hand flick up towards the Rockets complex. Donkin will have the inside, but no. Story stays ahead around that wider line on the left-hander. Cook under fire from Senior. Then a small gap back to Justin Armstrong. Then a bigger gap to Fraser and the rest of them. Going for the inside is Cook as they go into Peel. You see the cars sliding around a lot through this section of the circuit, and Paul Donkin, he could lose 3rd place here. He's dropped back from
looks like he's going to
Story, and they're going towards the hairpin next through Siemens Corner. Story in 2nd, and yes, Cook has got through to P3, and Harry Senior going for P4 as they come up into the hairpin, but Donkin moves across to take the line.
So furthest back we've seen Harry Senior probably for the longest. Another lock up there from Fraser, again having those issues. McCormack is fighting now with Monks as he must have dropped back a little bit away as Jake Swan's obviously got through. We've got a side-by-side Cook and Donkin again. So Donkin struggling. Cook's going to try all the way around the outside and does so. And it's going to be Harry Senior looking to see whether he can also depose him as they go into turn 1. But looks like that position is done as the rest of the cars flow out. Matt Armstrong got a nice little comfortable gap over the top of Story now. And Cook is now recovering everything back into 3rd place. Donkin's going to have to see what he can do about stopping that rearward momentum. But Harry Senior is looking to see whether he can do anything out of that corner. They've got a little bit of a advantage of him, they had to on the exit of these corners right now, and he's making the hole in the air for them to just move on through. We might well see Harry Senior going up the inside. Then we are going to see that. Can Donkin do anything to protect, or is he going to happily sit in there and wait for them to drag him back into the battle?
Harry Senior has a look to the inside as they go into the left-hander at Rockets. Cook holds him off. Down to 5th is Paul Donkin. Behind him is Justin Armstrong, and it's Matt Armstrong starting to pull away at the front now. He leads by 1.14 seconds at the line last time through. Through Peel Corner they come. Harry Senior on the tail of Harry Cook, a tail of 2 Harrys for 3rd place. 6th is Armstrong, up to 7th now. I think that's Jake Swan. He's got ahead of Chris Fraser, who's not having the best of times with a few brake and handling issues by the look of it with the number 8 machine. Those two battling for 2nd in the AM class, 3rd in the AM class I should say as well. Justin Armstrong 2nd in that ahead of them. There's the number 64 of Tom Eden chasing Greg Monks, who was in the podium fight at Brands Hatch in race 3 at the touring car meeting that sadly spun coming out of Druids. We look down the inside there, attacking the 62 of Darren McCormack. Eden tucked in behind them in the yellow car as they cross the stripe this time. New fastest lap for Matt Armstrong, 131.623.
Great to have Greg Monks back with us, a former Caterham champion, back after a little bit of a gap, so he's trying to get himself back up to speed, and I know from experience that's not easy to do. A little bit of a gap there for Harry Senior, did depose Donkin, and that gap is developing, but he will be able to continue and let this race come back to him without too much effort. He's got to also think about his tyres, making sure they last for the course of these 3 races. We go side by side then as we head up into Peel. Harry Senior now up another place, so has he got the pace in that car, in his turquoise blue car, to try and bring them forward past Story and then back onto the back of Armstrong? Does look like Armstrong's got a bit of a clean pair of heels though out front, doesn't it?
Or a clean pair of wheels, you might say. He's pulling away, certainly. He's 2 seconds clear now of Craig Story, and kicking up the dust there, the bright yellow machine of number 98, James Hall, the man from London. It's the first time we've seen him. No, he was out in action at the previous round, I apologise. So James Hall further back in 12th place, battling with Mark Kendall at the moment. Harry Senior ahead of Harry Cook, and they're now starting to harry Craig Story for that second place, with Paul Donkin hanging on behind.
Yep, they're not fighting him for position in Championship right now, but as I said, if Craig Story does get this and a couple of other podiums throughout the course of this year, then he will be moved up to that class. The AM class is purely for drivers who have either not won a championship in the past or haven't had sort of sustained success at the front of Caterham action. So he is locking up that front wheel. He does manage to get it stopped in his DPR machinery then. You can see the turnkey car behind us, turnkey simulators. Harry's company there to helping him go racing, and Harry Cook behind him in the British Fossils car, looking resplendent after his slightly dodgy start. We're saying it's not his strongest suit at the moment, is the start of races, but somehow he always manages to bring it all back together at the front of the field as they head up then in through Rocket again. Looking around the outside there, Harry Senior, and does make it stick. So Story now defending from Harry Cook, who was looking to see whether he could do anything about that. That brings Donkin right back in. They had a bit of a disagreement about whose corner that was. Cook said, "I am still here." Craig Story ran him to the edge of the track, saying, "No way am I letting you go through around my outside there." So Story is still in that, and I think he's just about managed to keep ahead of Donkin that time through. Justin Armstrong having to now fight from Jake Swan, and there comes Chris Fraser, Greg Monks, and the rest.
11 minutes of this race to go. It's passing by very quickly, the opening race of the weekend for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship. Here's Justin Armstrong in the number 23 under fire from Jake Swan in the 66. Great to have him back in the championship, swinging his way out of the hairpin there towards the completion of another lap. Jake Swan missed the opening round at Snetterton. He competed in the second round at Brands Hatch. There Matt Armstrong and Harry Senior did the winning. Harry snatching the win from Henry Heaton on the line in race 3, literally on the line as well. There was just 0.1 of a second in it. Is it going to be that close here at Anglesey? Well, not if you're Matt Armstrong. He's now 3.3 seconds clear at the front of the field. There's a fight between Greg Monks and Tom Eden. That's further back in the order for P9 overall. Greg Monks in the Pro-Am category. Tom Eden is an AM driver. We've got 5 Pro-Am drivers out there in total. Greg Monks is the tail end of them. It's Matt Armstrong, Senior, Cook and Donkin, the other 4 Pro-Am drivers in this race, as we reach half distance in this 20-minute affair for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship. Here's the battle for second place. Harry Senior ahead of Story now, then Cook and Donkin trying to close in on him. Runner-up in the championship last season behind Lewis Thompson, who's moved on to pastures new. He's competing in the Fun Cup Endurance Series this year. Still Donkin there in P5. Swan now up into 6th position, I think. Yes, he's got back ahead of Justin Armstrong. There's Chris Fraser behind them in the turquoise car. Greg Monks and Tom Eden round out the top 10.
Because the Anglesey Circuit, the last corner is a bit too close to the start-finish straight to actually allow you to get a tow before you get to the start-finish line, which is a bit more traditional around here, and you have to actually get it done via an overtake into that last corner, as we saw in our race a little bit earlier for the 310Rs. It is possible to do that, and that's what they'll be looking to do, so we might see some squealy brakes as they get towards the end of this race. Still 9 minutes to go though, so they're sort of very prolonged middle phase of this race, isn't there, this time? It's sort of calmed down out front just because they're trying to fight back towards Matt Armstrong, but Senior's managed to break his way back through after sitting in 5th place for quite a long time, and is now comfortably out into that 2nd place over the top of Craig Story, who's got Harry Cook just behind him, but it has spread out a little bit more in this race than we've seen earlier in the season with the wind and everything else. Just means that the gaps have developed just a bit more. Swan's got over the top of Justin Armstrong and broken clear, so seeing him trying to charge across that gap and get towards the rear of Donkin out in front of him, and it looks like he is bringing that gap down, and this pack for second place is still there or thereabouts, but Craig Story still doing a great job, and you can't miss his car, can you? It's certainly a standout there. But Harry Cook, I think, again, he'll be quite disappointed that he can't do anything about Craig Story at the moment, and he's certainly trying hard to.
8 minutes of the race to go then. Battle still heating up behind Chris Fraser. Monks, Eden and McCormack in behind him. But we keep an eye on the battle for second place. Senior ahead of Story. The best I've seen Craig Story run, going quite superbly here, holding off Harry Cook, the reigning 310R champion, trying to make a move for P3. That's Paul Donkin. Behind them, Swan is rather in no man's land now. We'll see what his lap times are compared to that of Donkin. He was a couple of tenths of a second slower last time through. Greenfield's complete their 8th lap this time. Yeah, he was a couple of tenths quicker than Donkin this time, so possibly trying to close in on our four-way battle for second place. But Matt Armstrong leads by 3.5 seconds. It's looking good out in front of him, looking for his 3rd win of the season, trying to close that gap on Harry Senior at the top of the championship.
There's the battle with Tom Eden trying to get over the top of Greg Monks. It's one of the closer battles on this track. You can see Monks with Monks written on the back of his car, makes it nice and easy to spot. We've got side by side then between Cook and Craig Story as they head up through Rocket this time. Cook saying, okay, can't be afford to stay behind you anymore. There's a gap developing to Harry Senior and I need to close that gap. So we'll see whether Cook has got any extra little bit of pace in his car that's going to allow him to do that. Jake Swan does look up, even though he was a couple of tenths back on the last lap, he does look like this lap potentially he's closed a little bit across the gap. But a new 3rd place driver then, Harry Cook, as they head down through, and you can see the sea in the background, the wind battering the coast here at Anglesey. Justin Armstrong leading Chris Fraser. He's dropping into the clutches of Chris Fraser, and he's got Monks and Eden right in his wheel tracks. McCormack's just dropping back a little bit more, as is Hall, so that's separated itself out. But this is now the closest battle for 3rd place then. Who's going to get that final podium spot? Is Craig Story going to get on that podium, or is he going to stay just outside it so he can protect his AM status? As we watch Justin coming towards us now, he's got Chris Fraser absolutely closing in on him, who's got Greg Monks and then Tom Eden.
Leaders come round towards the completion of lap number 9 then. Now, is the lead gap coming down? It did by only a few hundredths of a second that time through between Matt Armstrong and Harry Senior, so he's not under pressure for the lead here. Still nearly 3.5 seconds ahead. As you say, Chris, this is the main battle now between Cook and Story, although Cook has pulled away just a little bit there from the Dayglow liveried machine. Paul Donkin in 5th place. He's raced just about everything over the years, everything from Porsches down to 6 and C1s in his very varied career. In a Caterham where he is perhaps the most at home. Now is Swan closing in? Yes, Swan took a few tenths of a second out of Donkin that time through, so watch for the white car with the blue cage there. Jake Swan starting to close in on this battle for 2nd to 5th now.
Ooh, a little bit of action there. Monks pushing out Chris Fraser. Chris Fraser lost out there. Justin Armstrong's already lost that place, so all change here in this chase group in the sort of the AM class, with Tom Eden now looking to see whether he can do anything. Justin Armstrong looked like he had a right old tank slapper on behind. You can see him using the brake pedal just as they went around there to keep the car under control as they head down through the left-hander at Siemens there. A little bit of a sideways action from Hall as he tries to get this car under control as he hits the wind going over the crest of that hill. So it is Monks now ahead of Justin Armstrong, ahead of Eden, Fraser, and then comes McCormack sort of fully back in this battle then. So it looks like Justin Armstrong hasn't got the pace maybe quite that Matt Armstrong's got out front, because he's slipping back into the clutches of this pack, and it looks like Tom Eden's going to have a go round the outside then into the final corner. Going to get that done. It's a long way around. We've seen it maybe a couple of times. No, he decides to slip back into order so that he protects his position from Chris Fraser as this battle continues then, as the clock ticks down to just about 4 minutes to go.
We've lost number 35 Mark Kendall. He's pulled into the pits, so one retirement so far. The other 14 cars all still running. Tom Eden putting Justin Armstrong under pressure. That's for 8th position. They've got Chris Fraser right behind them. Matt Armstrong leads by 3.47 seconds, so the gap not coming down there. The two leaders with identical lap times. It's 3 wide out of Church Corner. Armstrong on the outside, Fraser on the inside. Tom Eden in the middle now. Eden moves to the left as they head up towards the complex. Armstrong has come out ahead. Nothing in it as they come through the complex at the top of the hill. Greg Monk's leading this group.
What's happened to... Oh, it's Greg Monk. Sorry, I thought it was Swan that drifted back, but no, it's Greg Monk's actually pulling slightly a gap, that's all. Got a little bit confused there. But yeah, Justin Armstrong goes through.
Just under 3.5 minutes of the race still to go. Stephen Metcalfe has not made up any places from his initial extra handicap at the back of the field that starts the race. Remember, he had that 10-second penalty. Chris Fraser, having got ahead of Eden and McCormack, is now having a good go at the next place ahead of him, which is Justin Armstrong. Justin Armstrong does seem to be dropping back here, so whether he's got a slight problem, I'm not too sure, but Chris Fraser all over the back of him there. Across the line they go. Fraser moving to the inside into turn 1. James Hall behind them, then Welch and Metcalfe round out the field. Armstrong has got back ahead there of this group going through the banking.
Last time we were here, we were on the older tyres, not the slick tyres. Therefore, we are going to get a lap record set in this first race, currently held by Matt Armstrong out front with a 31.623. So he will have the lap record after race 1, and we'll be keeping an eye on that over the course of this race weekend to see whether it gets improved any further. But just about a second quicker than we were here at minimum from the last time. And as we watch these field going through, then battles galore again. Is that Monk's out? A little bit out wide, no, I think Monk's for Armstrong, wasn't it? And so he's lost a couple of places. McCormack coming right through there. There's Monk's off the front of this, so he's gone. And it is McCormack who's come through, last of the late breakers to get that done, over the top of Chris Fraser, who was a bit manoeuvred to the edge of the track. Justin Armstrong now has been shuffled backwards, and he's just got he's got the car of Tom Eden just behind him. As we go back to this battle then for second, Craig Story back in front over the top of Harry Cook, and it is Donkin who's now back in that battle. Swan has come across the gap, and it's meant that Donkin can't sit there anymore. He really does have to move forward, as he might lose another place, another point in that championship charge that he's trying to put on. He is close to the rear of Cook's car then. Can he do anything about it? 1 minute 20 as these drivers go over. I think we're coming on to the final lap of the race then.
This is going to be a very interesting conclusion indeed. Matt Armstrong still leads by 3.5 seconds. Story is still there in third. He's 3.4 seconds off Harry Senior, who looks fairly safe in second. Who's going to be third? Can Craig Story pick up his first podium in the Dutch Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship? They weave about there almost on the grass there on the inside down the straight. Harry Cook side by side with Paul Donkin. Jake Swan looking to pick up any crumbs should anyone tangle ahead of him. 4 of them right together there going into Rockets. Still Story who holds that third place ahead of Cook. Swan has got through into 5th position ahead of Donkin as well.
Not good for Donkin there. He's got to try and got a few corners left to see whether there's anything he can do. You can see clock ticking down to 25 seconds. So they are really going to be coming down to the tail end of this corner. It will be the last couple of corners for them to try and make that overtake. But it's one person who's gone sailing into the distance. Matt Armstrong still 3.5 seconds clear of Senior, who also pulled clear to a gap. Story looks like he's got that protector from Cook, and looks like Donkin's drifted off the back of Swan as well. So it looks like Swan and Cook may be the people looking to see whether they can do anything about into this final corner. But there is our winner.
Matt Armstrong out of the bus stop for the final time. There is the checkered flag. He takes the victory. Second place for Harry Senior. That will keep his championship lead, I think, which is 5 points ahead going into this round. And Craig Story wins the AM class and a first ever overall podium ahead of Cook, Swan and Donkin. Behind them Craig Monks, and then this battle between Fraser and McCormack. Who's going to come out in front? I think Chris Fraser has just about done enough. Yes, he just stays ahead of McCormack, then Tom Eden, and the rest of them come home. Justin Armstrong slowing as he crossed the line there, so I think he was having problems there, Justin Armstrong. He dropped back to 6th in the AM class. I initially thought Craig Monks hadn't come through, but yeah, his transponder was playing up. He's there in P7. Then James Hall, just waiting for Chris Welch and Steve Metcalfe to come through at the back of the field. Just the one retirement there. Mark Kendall, the number 35, pulled into the pits midway through. It's a win for Matt Armstrong. He won the opening round of the season at Snetterton. Had a win at Brands Hatch as well, so that's win number 3, I make it, of the season for Matt Armstrong. Well done indeed to the man from Hinckley in Leicestershire, near the Mallory Park circuit. He wins by 3.9 seconds in the end over Harry Senior. Those two very much locked in battle for the championship lead at the moment.
It really is a charge for these two young drivers, both of them very young of experience, yet really wise heads on those shoulders and able to pull forward. But here's the provisional result then.
Yes, Armstrong the winner by just under 4 seconds ahead of Harry Senior. Craig Story completing the podium ahead of Harry Cook. Then Jake Swan in 5th position. Good run through by him, just beating Paul Donkin to the line, dropping to 6th in the end from the front row start. Greg Monks in 7th, then Fraser, McCormack and Eden round out the top 10. Justin Armstrong dropping back to 11th. James Hall in 12th. Chris Welch and Steve Metcalf complete the finishers because we lost Mark Kendall into the pits. So all in indeed to Matt Armstrong, a 3rd win of the season. Harry Senior, I think, will still just have a slender lead in the championship. And next up here at Anglesey, we take a short break from the Caterham action because we've got a 20-minute race for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship. A bit of everything in this next race, everything from standard hatchbacks up to GT cars and special saloons. Basically, if it's not a single-seater, you can race it in this championship that's coming up next. We'll be back on track very shortly with our first of 3 races this weekend for the CNC Heads Special Sports and Saloon Car Championship. So getting ready for our next race then, organised by the Northwest Centre of the British Automobile Racing Club, the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Cars. Started off back in 1984 as a special GT championship per this series, and over the next 40 plus years has grown into a very successful, cost-effective championship run over 14 rounds, based mainly at Alton Park. It does have a couple of visits a year to Anglesey. A big field of some 32 cars that we will see out on track for this first of 3 races. Let's have a look at the grid then. It is Rick Wood, the championship sponsor, the boss of CNC Heads, who's on pole in the Volvo S60 Solution F. That's a silhouette GT car, effectively. I'll explain more about that car when we get underway. And he starts alongside Bod Buckby in his Caterham 7. Second row, Simon Alloway in the Lotus Esprit V8. That's effectively a single-seater chassis with a Lotus body on top. As I say, it takes all sorts in this championship. Alongside Derry Davies, the man from Aberystwyth, in his Welsh-built Darien T90. Third row, 99 Chris Roberts in his BMW M4, alongside the BMW M3 of Carl Bennett. Row 4, the Audi A3 of Gary Wardle, been racing this championship in various cars for a number of years, alongside Scotsman Roddy Patterson in his Caterham. Completing the top 10, former champion Jamie Cryer in his Ginetta G20 and Ryan Nelson Ginetta G56, so a pair of Ginettas on row 5. There's various subclasses in this race as well according to car type and engine size, classes A down to F. On row 6 we have the BMW of Philip White, number 70, he's in a BMW 325 CI. And Paul Rotheroe from Staffordshire, the owner of Aldridge Motor Bodies, in his Citroen Zara, a car more famous as a rally car, of course. Row 7, we have former Radical champion Ash Hinklin in his Bentley GT. Yes, a Bentley GT here this weekend, alongside Jason Hennifer in his Ford Fiesta ST180. Little and large on row 7. Row 8 is Mark Primet in his Banks Lotus Europa, the special GT car, that one, alongside Rob Phillips in his Honda Civic. Row 9 is Simon Gravely's Golf GTI and reigning champion Stephen Parker with his Ford Fiesta. Stephen Parker's old car is on row 10. Julian Wood at the wheel of the BMW Compact alongside Aled Dark in his Darien T90. They complete the top 20 on this big grid. Row 11, we'll be keeping up with the Joneses on row 11 because we have got number 11 John Maddock Jones in his BMW and the Ford Focus RS of David Jones. Row 12, Duncan Auckland in the Proton Putra. Well, in name it is. It's actually a Grand National Coupe, the ex-short oval car, alongside Louis Dobson, whose father Paul is an ex-champion in his Mazda RX-7 a few years ago. Louis in a Ford Fiesta ST150. Row 13, Rob Wakelin in a Honda Civic, not in his usual Peugeot 205. That broke down at the opening round at Alton Park. Starts alongside Jonathan Lee's BMW Mini Cooper. Row 14, Errol Taylor with the little Toyota Yaris, and Helen Allen, leading light in the British Women Racing Drivers Club with her Ford Fiesta Z-Tech. Row 15 is Conor Modrow with a Westfield Aero. Watch for him coming through the field, starting alongside Nick Haynes' Ford Fiesta ST. And at the back of the grid, we've got 36 Alec Modrow with his Westfield, and number 95 Ben Roberts with his low-cost 7. He missed qualifying, so starts from the back of the grid, the low-cost 7 type, effectively kit car. This will be a 20-minute race. One car that has withdrawn after qualifying is Matthew Jones with his Ford Focus. He will not be starting, unfortunately. So it's Rick Wood on pole position then. Now, Rick Wood is the owner of CNC Cylinder Heads and an avid car collector. And what has he brought out this weekend? Well, it's termed a Volvo S60. It's actually got a V8 engine in the back of that car. It's a silhouette car, like a big national hot rod, but rear engined, a space frame chassis built for the Solution F team in France, raced in French GT racing. I think it's the car Bob Berridge used to run in the GT Cup a few years ago. But, well, Rick Wood was originally entered in a Ford Capri this weekend. He's got quite a collection of Capris, but he's got so many cars in his collection, he brings out whatever he fancies, Rick Wood. And we'll see him here on pole in that big yellow Volvo, the big yellow taxi, I think we're going to call that car. Starting alongside Bod Butby, who had a spectacular accident here at Anglesey a couple of years ago in his Caterham, the green machine. And then we've got Simon Alloway in the Lotus Esprit clone. We say it's effectively a Formula 5000 single-seater with the Esprit body over the top, and he won both the opening races of the year at Alton Park in April and is the joint leader of the championship along with Chris Roberts in Class D in his BMW M4 and Paul Rotheroe in Class E with the Citroen Zara. Look at the sheer variety we've got here. We've got what's effectively a TCR touring car out there for Gary Wardle. There's the Zara of Paul Rotheroe. The Banks Europa, that's Mark Primet. I'm not sure if he is any relation to Stephen Primet, the multiple classic touring car champion. The black and orange Fiesta there, that's Stephen Parker, the former, well, the reigning champion. Parker's old car, the blue and white BMW Compact, Julian Wood, who I think is the son of Rick Wood, driving that car. The white car we just saw go through is Duncan Auckland, who's raced Capris. He's raced a Rover P6 in this championship in the past as well. Now in, well, it's called a Proton Putra. But I think that's one of the old Grand National Coupe short oval cars that were built by Kevin Clark, who's best known in recent years for racing BMWs in Brick Car, among others. There, the white silhouette saloon car. Grand National Coupes, they didn't last very long, sadly, as a short oval formula. Effectively a small form of British NASCAR racing on the quarter miles. I remember seeing them at Hensford Hills Raceway in Staffordshire when I was younger. But a couple of them are still going. Baz Johnson's still got his Grand National Coupe. There it is, the white car there. See, it does look a bit like a miniature NASCAR. The orange Honda Civic Coupe is Rob Wakelin. Was racing his modified Peugeot 205 at the opening round at Alton Park. Unfortunately, that broke, so he's brought out the Class D Honda for this round instead. Classes A to C are intended for the more sports car type of cars, sports cars and GTs. Classes D to F are the saloon type of cars, and then they're split by engine capacity as well. Pole position, Rick Wood in the big yellow Volvo. Bod Buckby's green Caterham alongside Simon Alloway, the famous yellow and orange ex-Special GT and Donington GT Esprit. And Derry Davies, number 151 in his bright green Darien T90, a Welsh car, driven by a Welsh driver from Aberystwyth, a butcher by trade, is Derry Davies. Used to race in the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship, based down at Pembrey at the other end of Wales. There's the other Darien, the black car, number 35, that is Aled Dark. He's from Tregaron. Grid forming up then, the big white BMW M4 of Chris Roberts on row 3 alongside Carl Bennett's blue N3, E46 M3 I should say. This will be a 20-minute race. We'll do our best to keep on top of all the classes in this race. It's a big grid out there. We've got everything from these specialised GT cars and one-off builds at the front of the field, down to the little Toyota Yaris T-Sport of Errol Taylor towards the back of the field. You can race anything you want in this championship. You have a standard hatchback right up to a fully modified sports racer. Revs are up then, and away we go. And Rick Wood's car not really geared for standing starts, it prefers rolling starts, so he's likely to drop back. I think he's lost a couple of places off the line there, and it is Bod Buckby who leads the way in the Caterham, the Esprit V8. Oh, we've had a collision. Oh, Rick Wood's been hit. Oh dear, that's Roddy Patterson and Derry Davies, I think. So Rick Wood, the car didn't cope well with the standing start, and Roddy Patterson, the Scotsman, has collected it in his Caterham, and that's going to be a race stoppage. The race is going to be red flagged. What a shame for Rick Wood. I was looking forward to seeing how that Volvo S60 clone performed here, but he struggled off the line and has been collected, sadly. That is such a disappointment. The race is stopped immediately. We hope that the drivers are okay. Now let's have a look again. Watch the pole sitter, the yellow car. Lights go out and he struggles to get it off the line from a standing start. There just wasn't room there, and he collects Derry Davies in the Darien and goes into Roddy Patterson. Derry Davies, the other car involved. Oh dear, oh dear. Let's hope the Darians survive that. Oh, it's such a shame for those three. Just too many cars in too narrow a space, sadly. Marshall's in attendance down there. Looks like Rick Wood's out of the car. Now have a look again. Watch the yellow Volvo and the green Darien from the second row. It was Bod Buckby who led them away because Rick Wood's car bogged down so much off the line. You can see him struggling to get the power down. Derry Davies tries to cut in, and the Volvo just got squeezed between the Darien and Simon Alloway's Lotus Esprit V8. And poor old Roddy Patterson just had nowhere to go in his Caterham. Come all the way from Edinburgh this weekend. And two of the star cars involved there. Well, three of the star cars. Roddy Patterson's offered a contender for victory as well. So the cars are going to be brought back round to the grid, I would think, for a full restart. We shall wait and see. Derry Davies still going. You can see him at the back there in the Darien. Of course, Darien, the company started off as Davrian, named after Dave and Ian, its two founders, and built specials powered by Mini and Hillman Imp engines before moving to Lambton in Wales. The company was revived as Darien, built these T90s. They are commonly seen in stage rallying, but they built some with V8s as well, and in the mid-90s one even won the British GT Championship outright was in Class 3 of the British GT Championship. I think that was the car run by Swansea University. Recovery vehicles in attendance, and the paramedics just checking on the drivers as well. We hope that everyone's okay down there. It's such a shame that what's one of our contenders for overall victory, Rick Wood, involved there. Rick, a car collector with a whole variety of machinery in his possession. He's a Ford Capri specialist. Got many Capris, including the Gitane Capri that he shared with British Touring Car champion Jake Hill on occasions. That's Goodwood, among others. He's got some super touring cars as well. The famous Calsonic Nissan Skyline, and many, many more cars in Rick's collection of classic saloons. Bit of wind power here at Anglesey. It is blustery here today. Day like today could power the whole of Anglesey with that turbine, I reckon. So Roddy Patterson's Caterham, that's raced with this championship and the Northern Sports and Saloon cars based at Croft, the Darlington District Motor Club Championship, is given a lift. He had some problems in qualifying with that car as well. It's such a shame for Roddy. You don't have to be based in the Northwest either to race in this series, administered by the British Automobile Racing Club's Northwest Centre. Drivers from all over the country racing here today, from across Wales. Drivers from Bedfordshire, from Scotland, from Staffordshire. Paul Rotherow lives in Lichfield, down in South Staffs. Nottinghamshire, Shropshire. And of course across Wales, as we said, Rob Phillips is from down in the middle of Wales. Aberystwyth, where Derry Davies is based, the Welsh resort town. We had hoped to have Ralph Underwood here from Rugby in Warwickshire this weekend, but his Triumph TR7's not out. So the grid starts to be reformed. We're just awaiting news on a restart. I think it will be over the full distance of 20 minutes. Now hopefully Rick Wood can repair that Volvo S60 overnight. His alternative, of course, he's only based at Stockport in Cheshire. In theory, he could go back overnight to his HQ and get another car from his collection. He's got plenty to choose from, because he was booked in, as we said, with one of his Ford Capris this weekend. I remember seeing Johnny McGregor do that at a brick car meeting at Donington once. He was debuting his new Arenara Husaira. That broke down in qualifying, so between qualifying and the race he dashed back to HQ and got the Tyrannus out. Thanks for all your comments so far on the stream. We haven't had much time to read them. Say hi to Adam Campbell Mackenzie. Hi to Dan Bartlett, one of our regular viewers. Tom Walters. Harry Lister. He's cheering on the Lotus Europa this weekend. Samuel G. Hello to Tim Foxlow as well. Good to know you're watching, Tim. A regular in this championship over the last few years with his Mark 1 Escort based hot rod. Tim Foxlow was a hot rod and super rod racer on the short ovals for many years, but now looking after his son George, who's racing Ford Fiestas. He's out at Anglesey next weekend. Out to high to Slider from Canada. Rambling Rose, Richard Moxley, and everybody else who's commented so far. Big thank you to you. A gap on pole position where Rick Wood should have been for this restart. So Bod Buckby, who's been in this championship for many years now, starts there alone. Give us a chance to look at the points chart after the opening 2 rounds at Alton Park. Simon Alloway on top in Class A, ahead of Piers Grange. We've seen him with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club this year with his Smith & Jones engine 2.6 litre Escort Mark II. Sadly that car not ready for this weekend, so wasn't able to race. Gary Wardle's Audi A3 is third in Class A, and then Ryan Nelson's Ginetta. Class B is led by Bod Buckby. In fact, he's level on points in Class B with Derry Davies in the Darien. And Ben Roberts is third in the points. Chris Roberts leads Class D. That's the white BMW M4 you can see there on the second row. I think he drives that car to the circuit on occasions as well. Anthony Sullivan, who's not here this weekend, second in the points, and Carl Bennett third in Class D with the blue BMW. Class E is led by Paul Rotheroe, ahead of Matthew Jones. Matthew Jones in the Ford Focus. Sadly, that broke down in qualifying, so he's going to lose ground in Class E. And Lee Ball's Renault Clio third in the points there. Class F is led by Helen Allen. Her and her husband Brian have raced their Ford Fiestas for many years. She leads Jonathan Lee's BMW Mini and Errol Taylor in the little Toyota Yaris in Class F for the smaller saloon cars. So it's the Volvo, powered by an LS7 V8 engine. It's a Volvo in body shape only, really, the car of Rick Wood. Once that's cleared away, the marshals are satisfied, the clerk of the course is satisfied the circuit has been cleared. We'll get back underway. Still the timing screen showing the full 20-minute distance. Marshall's carrying the rear clamshell of the Volvo clone away there. Very much a special saloon, or special GT in all but name. Most famous special saloon back in the 70s, of course, was Baby Bertha, Jerry Marshall's legendary Vauxhall Firenze. You may have seen a feature about Jerry Marshall and other heroes of motorsport in a recent edition of Motorsport News. Hi to Zach Booth, who was booked in to race this weekend. Good to know you're watching, Zach. Says, gutted my Renault Megane didn't make it this weekend. Brake issues preventing Zach from racing. That's a great shame. The man from Yorkshire. Good to know you're watching though, Zach. See you back in action on track soon. Yes, in the overall championship after round 1, it's Chris Roberts, Simon Alloway and Paul Rotheroe, your joint leaders. All on 14 points, 7 points each for a class win in the opening round at Alton Park. Then Helen Allen on 10 points. Then Piers Grange, Bod Buckby, Derry Davies and Jonathan Lee all have 8. We've lost, I was about to say 3 of our first 4 cars on the grid, but it's only 2 now because Derry Davies has just reappeared. So we've lost Simon Alloway, and of course we've lost Rick Wood. Last year it was Stephen Parker in Class D in his Ford Fiesta who won the championship. 11 points clear of Lee Bull, who's not here this weekend. He drives a Renault Clio. And Paul Masters in Class B, who was third. He's not out this weekend either. Gary Wardle was Class A champion last year in the Audi A3. Paul Masters Class B, Gary Warburton Class C. Stephen Parker and Lee Bull won Classes D and E. Class F was Helen Allen. And Class G, which is Only a couple of entries last year. It was won by John Wolfett in his, I think that's the Spire GTR 1000cc sports racer. Well, there is Roddy Patterson's Caterham back in the pits, the C400. Hopefully he can repair that for tomorrow. We will wait and see. Thankfully no major damage for Derry Davies, and the Welsh Butcher is back on track. Hello to Scott Woodwis, fellow commentator, says, I think that Solution F Volvo was up for sale on Race Cars Direct. It was recently, yes. I think maybe it's also the same one that raced before in Castle Combe GTs. Yes, it's appeared in a few places, that Volvo. I think Nigel Mustill was the previous owner before Rick Wood came into possession. Green flag lap gets underway then. Yeah, before Nigel Mustill, it was Bob Berridge who drove, I think it was the same car in GC Cup. Sky Hitter says, where is Connor Modrow? Connor on the grass Modrow, as he calls him. Connor's towards the back of the grid. He had some issues in qualifying, I think, with his Westfield. That's the red Westfield, number 7. Oh, the Banks Europa with problems. Mark Primet. He hasn't got away. There's Connor Modrow, the red car, but Mark Primet has come to a halt. It's not a good race for the special GT cars, is it? Hi to Trina Hodgson, says sorry to all involved in that incident. Good luck to everybody from Trina and David at Car Service Packs, one of the sponsors of this championship. And there is the remains of Rick Wood's car. Oh dear. And there you can see the space frame chassis of the well, it's only a Volvo in body shape, really. See the V8 engine in the back. Such a shame to see it in that state. So thanks to Graham Laslett and the team at Car Service Packs, the other main sponsor, along with CNC Cylinder Heads. I think Rick Wood's going to need more than CNC machining to put that right. But you never know, he may come back tomorrow with another car from his collection. We'll wait and see what Rick has to say. So we're ready for a restart then. With a full 20-minute distance for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship here on the Anglesey International Circuit. I thought somebody else was slowing down there. Carl Bennett's BMW almost came to a stop. Maybe just warming up. Now, has Mark Primet cleared the grid? Oh, the Europa stopped again. That's going to have to be cleared by the marshals and before this race can get underway. Well, the special GTs, they are spectacular, they're fast, but they are fragile. That's a great shame for Mark Primet, the Bedfordshire driver. As I say, we're not sure if he is any relation of Stephen Primet, the 12 times Group 1 touring car champion with his Mark 1 Escort. I believe he is, but I'm not certain, so apologies if I've got that wrong. So we're just waiting to see what Mark Primet will do here. There's number 95 at the back of the field, Ben Roberts, who missed qualifying. That's the very modified low cost. Now here he comes, Mark Primet, round the hairpin. Is he going to line up at the back of the grid, or is he going to head into the pits? may have to head into the pits here. And while he comes round, the race gets underway. Now let's hope everybody gets away okay this time. They're heading towards the first corner now. Who's got the lead? It is Bod Buckley in the Caterham. But look at Derry Davies around the outside in the Darien. The two BMWs together for third place. And it's the Darien that's got the lead. Round the outside of the banking. There's a spin there for Duncan Auckland in the Grand National Coupe. Everybody else scatters to avoid him. Let's hope he can get going again there. Yes, he can. The long-time special saloon racer gets it underway. Davies leads it. Up into third is number 99 of Chris Roberts with the BMW M4. The rest of them string out behind. Jason Hennifer side by side with one of the BMWs, and that's John Maddock-Jones, local man from Prestatyn in North Wales, and somebody else has spun there. Pick up who that is in just a moment. Coming through Rockets. There's a lot happens in these multi-class races to try and keep on top of. Two green cars fighting for the lead, then the Caterham on the tail of the Darien, then it's BMWs and Jamie Cryer, the former overall champion from Lancashire, in the little Ginetta G20. That's a very deceptively quick car. Speaking of deceptively quick, look at the way the 95 cars come through. Ben Roberts, he's already carved his way past all these slightly slower saloon cars. It was Gary Wardle that had the spin there in the Audi A3. The number 27 has gone off, so Ryan Newton there goes out way wide in his Ginetta G56. Fiesta's battling out as Jason Hennifer and the reigning champion Stephen Parker, as Derry Davies back up the inside of Bod Buckley. I've already completely lost track of this race. Paul Rothero's going well in the Zara. Number 70 behind him is Phil White in the black BMW. And over the line they come. It's Derry Davies who leads from Bod Buckley. Third is the number 99, that's Chris Roberts. Ben Roberts coming through from the back. Now where's he got up to from the rear of the field? He's going about 14 places already from the rear of the pack. Ryan Newton on the tail of Philip White moves out to pass. There's Chris Roberts in third place. Fourth is Carl Bennett in the blue M3. Fifth it's Jamie Cryer. There's Paul Rotherow in sixth. Ryan Newton's flying through the order in that metallic green Ginetta G56, but Ben Roberts is doing the same. Two leaders have gone clear. There is Derry Davies through Peel. He's got Bod Buckley on his tail. In the Caterham, the man from Wilmslow in Cheshire. Chris Roberts BMW M4 in third place. Carl Bennett's M3 is fourth. Jamie Cryer closing him down. Paul Rotherow in P6. Try and keep an eye on the class leaders if we can, if things settle down at all, which they usually don't in a CNC Heads North West Sportston Saloon race. And Mark Primet, well, he got to the start of the race, but sadly didn't get much further. He's out. Ben Roberts has got ahead of this battling pair of Ryan Newton and Phil White. So the class leaders, let's pick them up. Class A is being led by Phil White because the two quicker qualifiers in Class A didn't take the restarts. Class B is being led by Derry Davies, the overall leader. Class C, we haven't got any entries in Class C, so Class D is being led by Chris Roberts in the M4. Class E is being led by Paul Rotherow in what is now seventh because he's just lost out to Ben Roberts. And Class F, I think it's Rob Wakelin's Honda Civic. Yes, the orange Honda further back is leading Class F for the smaller capacity saloon cars. We had a couple of non-starters. Alec Modrow was one. Ash Hicklin's Bentley didn't make the start either, unfortunately. One car's pulled into the pits. Nick Haynes' Fiesta has pulled in, number 53. I love the entrance and sponsor for that car is listed as Mrs. Nick. So Nick Haynes ably supported by his wife, the local man from Holyhead, just down the road. But he's sadly out of this one. There is number 99, class leader Chris Roberts in third overall with the big BMW M4. He's about 6 seconds off, nearly 7 seconds off our leading pair of Davies and Buckby. Here they are, still side by side, the two green machines, and Buckby locks up into the hairpin. Derry Davies continues to lead. Are we going to have a Welsh win on home turf here at Anglesey? It's the bus stop. Darien looks more planted on the inside. Jamie Cryer challenging Carl Bennett for fourth. Ryan Newton up on the back of Paul Rotherow, the Aldridge Motor Bodies Citroën Zara. Behind them, Phil White's BMW, but Ben Roberts has already carved his way past all of these now, I think. Yes, he's up to 4th from the very back of the grid in the low cost. Paul Rotheroe, that's Zara. He's been racing that car for many years, and it seems to often defeat cars you wouldn't think a Zara would defeat. It's a very finely tuned car, that Citroen. Holding off Ryan Newton's Ginetta, which had that quick start. Through the banking. Out towards Church. Now the Ginetta, I think, has got the grunt here, but Paul Rotheroe working to hold him off. There's Ben Roberts now up into 4th. 5th is Carl Bennett, then Jamie Cryer, 2 times a champion in the last few years in the little Ginetta G20. 14 minutes of this race to go for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. We've got a car in the pits. Unfortunately, Conor Modro's Westfield has pulled off. 24 cars left running then. It's a shame Ash Hicklin in the Bentley, the ex-Radical champion, didn't make the start of this one, the big Bentley GT. I saw quite a few people during the lunch break working under the bonnet of that car as Derry Davies again swapping places with Bod Buckley. The Darien seems to be stronger on the brakes into the last corner. 4 laps completed, 0.38 of a second in it between these two. And Davies has the fastest lap, 1:33.994. Still, Jamie Cryer trying to get ahead of Carl Bennett in the battle for 5th. There goes the 3rd place man, that's Chris Roberts' BMW. 4th is Ben Roberts. Not sure if they're any relation, the 2 Roberts here, as the leaders go either side of the little Toyota Yaris of Errol Taylor. You didn't know which way to go there. He's in Class F for the smaller capacity saloons, which is being led by Rob Wakelin's Honda. Now some lappery starting to take place. It's Helen Allen from the West Midlands about to be lapped in her Fiesta. She's been with this championship now for many years, driving George as her Fiesta is named. She moves aside, lets Derry Davies through, and Bod Buckley gets by as well. Normally 2 CVs we see with names, of course. There's Errol Taylor's little Yaris. And there go the 2 leaders. Up into the head. Well, there's our Class F leader. That is Rob Wakelin in the Stella Motors Honda Civic Coupe. Comes from High Peak in Derbyshire. Normally, as we said earlier, races a very modified Peugeot 205 in Class B, but that broke down in April at Alton Park. So, trying something different, and nearly getting in Derry Davies' way there. Excuse me, says the Welshman. Gets around the outside of the banking. Bod Buckley continues to give chase. They're both in Class B, the 2 leaders. That's the battle in Class F. Rob Wakelin leading Jonathan Lee with his BMW Mini, the Merseysider. .24 cars still running. I think Jamie Cryer has finally got the Ginetta ahead of Carl Bennett into P5. The leaders now coming up to lap the Proton Putra, as it's listed, as Duncan Auckland. Sure which of the original Grand National coupes that is. Kevin Clark would know. Let's congratulate Kevin on a recent successful return to the short ovals in the classic hot rods. He raced the Daz Owen prepared and James Owen prepared the Pete Stevens replica Mark II Escort, finished 2nd in the National Championship at Hensford, and it was James Owen at the age of just 16 who won it. So well done to James, who been racing in the modified Fords this season with an Escort. And Bob Buckby round the outside in the Caterham and takes the lead from Derry Davies as we come up to half distance. He's just done the fastest lap as well, 1:33.259. It shows he's got the Caterham ahead of the Darien. Derry Davies in the Darien trying to fight back. It's a blur of green at the front of the field. They're well clear there, some 17 seconds clear of Chris Roberts' BMW in 3rd place. through Church Corner. Now they're coming up to lap the other Darien. I don't think any Welsh team tactics will come into play here though. They're about to lap Aled Dark in the black Darien, and a big lock-up there, and oh, was that no, it wasn't a lock-up, that was a problem there. Bod Buckby stopped. Something happened there to the Caterham at Rocket, and he stopped on the outside of the circuit. We've lost one of our leaders, so Derry Davies is now out on his own. What's happened there to Bod Buckby? I thought he'd locked up into the corner, but he suddenly slowed and came to a stop on the outside of the corner. There he is. There's Mark Primett's car as well. I'm not quite sure, we might have a safety car as a result of that, because he stopped on the edge of the circuit there. Oh, and the leader stopped as well! What is going on? Ah, look at the right front wheel. Is there damage there to the right front of Derry Davies' car? Did they hit each other going into the Rockets? I do not know. I couldn't see. Safety car is out because both of our leaders are out. So that means to say that Chris Roberts is leading this race. What an extraordinary development. Into Rocket, they must have hit each other. I couldn't quite see because I was watching the lap traffic at the same time as they were coming up on the other Darien. They must have collided. So both the leaders are out. Bod Buckby trying to drag the Caterham back to the pits, so that means that the Roberts pairing, I think it's Ben Roberts that's gone to the front in fact, and he started dead last on the grid. Well, we told you anything goes in this championship, and it certainly does here at Anglesey today. What an extraordinary development. And yes, look, Ben Roberts in the low cost is in front of his namesake in the BMW. Chris Roberts is down to second, so from the very back of the grid, having missed qualifying, Ben Roberts is in the lead. I don't think even he's realised yet, because I'm not sure if he's gone past where the leaders have stopped up at Rocket. Great comment from Scott Woodwis. Is this Monaco 1982? Does anyone want to win this race? Stop bullying Conor Modrow, you lot, in the comments. Yeah, sadly he dropped out early on. So we've lost Derry Davies, we've lost Bod Buckby. We'll try and see if we can see what's happened there if possible. So it's Ben Roberts with 7 minutes to go from Chris Roberts in second. Jamie Cryer in third place in the Ginetta. Carl Bennett is in fourth place, and it's Ryan Nelson's Ginetta in fifth. Now here's a replay. We'll see if we can see what happened up at Rocket. Come through the left-hander behind the black Darien, and there! Derry Davies hit the side of the Caterham. I saw some smoke. Yes, Davies locked up and went into the side of him. That's what happened. I couldn't quite see from that angle if there'd been contact between the two. I thought the Caterham had locked up, but it was Davies who clipped the side of the Caterham going into the left-hander. So that's what happened. That's a great shame. They were having a brilliant fight, those two. And once the cars are clear, we'll hopefully have a sprint to the line. Buckby's still got the fastest lap of 1:33.259. So now it's Ben Roberts who leads the way. There's a lot of lap traffic in there. Jamie Cryer's third, Carl Bennett fourth, Ryan Nelson's Ginetta fifth, Paul Rotheroe is sixth. Classes. Class A, that's being led by Ryan Nelson now in the Ginetta G56. Class B is being led by Ben Roberts, the race leader. Class D by Chris Roberts. Class E by Paul Rotheroe. Class F is still Rob Wakelin a lap down. What on earth's going to happen next in this race? Thank you, Stuart Connolly, who has confirmed. Yes, the Roberts are brothers. Not sure if they were any relation, but Ben and Chris are brothers. So it's a family 1-2 at the moment. Are we going to see the Roberts brothers fight for victory here? It's Carl Bennett's BMW leading this group. The sky is going a bit dark out there, I have to say. I'm going to turn round in my commentary box. Can we still see the mountains of Snowdonia? Not particularly well. I hope things aren't taking a turn for the worse here. Now, we should hopefully get back underway at this time. It's when the lights go out on top of the MGZS safety car. We know we're getting back underway next time around. Pace is beginning to quicken, I think, out there, so we should get a couple more racing laps in at least. Yes, the lights are out atop the safety car. It's time to go racing again. Ben and Chris Roberts will lead them away. Keeping steady at the moment. The safety car will peel off into the pit lane this time and the pack will be unleashed. So Ben Roberts leads in the bewinged low cost. Chris Roberts in the BMW M4 in second. The green flag is waved, the pack is unleashed with 2 minutes 47 left on the clock. So a couple of laps remain then in the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship, race 1 of the weekend. The low cost zips off into the lead. Now they couldn't pass until they crossed the timing line, of course, so that's delayed the pack a little behind Rob Wakelin's lapped Honda Civic. That's allowed Ryan Nelson right up onto the tail of Carl Bennett in the blue BMW. Jamie Cryer in the Ginetta G20 ahead of them. Out onto the back of the circuit they go. Ben and Chris Roberts ahead of Cryer, now in third place overall. Ryan Nelson in the metallic green Ginetta in fifth behind Carl Bennett. Then it's Paul Rotheroe in his giant killing Citroen Zara VTS. Great performance by him once again. He could be one of the favourites, I reckon, for the overall title this year. There go the leaders at the top of the circuit at Peel. There is Jamie Cryer, the very shapely little Ginetta G20. Big lock up there. I thought he was heading off onto the grass. Yeah, there's something wrong on the left front there, I think. That's, might not be locking up. That might be the tyre rubbing on something, or it might be a brake issue. Keep an eye on that. Yeah, he spun it. Yep, there's problems for the Ginetta, so that's third place. Another front runner gone. And this is the battle now for... I'm losing track. Third place between Bennett and Nelson. Rotheroe is now fifth overall. And Gary Wardle, having spun earlier on, is back to P6. Seventh is Phil White. Then Jason Hennifer's White's Fiesta. Now, is he a lap down? No, he's not. He's on the lead lap and attacking Phil White's BMW. The Civic behind Rob Wakelin is a lap down. The other Civic alongside him is the Class E Civic of Rob Phillips, the man from St Asaph, another locally based driver. And then we've got the Golf, which is Simon Gravely. So less than a minute to go. We are on the last lap now, I think. A real confusing race this one has. I can't wait for the second and third races tomorrow as Gary Wardle attacks Paul Rotheroe. This is now for fourth overall. Through comes the Audi A3. Gary Wardle's raced a Ginetta among other things in this championship and a BMW Mini over the years. Jason Hennifer running well in the Fiesta. Let's them go charging through behind. It's looking good for Ben Roberts in the number 95, the man from Ellesmere Port. is heading for victory, having started from the very back of the grid. Here he is, lapping Louis Dobson's Fiesta. Low cost with its impressive aerodynamics. Of course, it weighs virtually nothing as well compared to the other cars. And well, what an extraordinary race to win. Here he comes from the 16th row of the grid. Ben Roberts takes the victory. What a drive. What an extraordinary race to win. And it's going to be a double celebration for the Roberts family as well, I think. No, it's not, because Chris Roberts has slowed as well, and he's lost second place. What else can happen in this race? Carl Bennett's pinched second place on the last lap. Chris Roberts has had a problem. I thought I was going to call home a family 1-2 there, but so Carl Bennett is second in the class, and he snatches the class win as well. Chris Roberts is the... I can't keep up with this. Gary Wardle, who spun early on, races his way through back to 4th. Paul Rotheroe is 5th. They both win their classes. Gary Wardle ends up winning Class A. And wait, Class A was being led by Ryan Nelson. Where's he gone? He's crossed the line in 13th. So what happened to the Ginetta G56 as well? Yeah, he's down in about 13th place. Did he get caught up with Jamie Cryer, I wonder? He must have gone off with the other Ginetta, the smaller one. So Ryan Nelson, we're told, had a spin, as well as Jamie Cryer. Well, there was so much going on there, I don't think anyone could follow it. What an extraordinary race. Right, we'll hopefully get a result out of all that. We know that Ben Roberts in the low-cost 7 has won it, having started last. And I think it was a case of Ben keeping his head while all around him was seemingly losing theirs. Second place, and the winner of Class D is Carl Bennett in his BMW. Chris Roberts, who slowed on the last lap, takes 3rd. Gary Wardle wins Class A in 4th place. Paul Rotheroe 5th overall and wins Class E. Then we've got Phil White's BMW. Jason Hennifer's Fiesta, good result for him. Rob Phillips next home, the local man in his Honda Civic. Stephen Parker, the reigning champion. David Jones next in the Focus RS. Then Simon Gravely is 11th. Jamie Cryer got going again and finished 12th. Ryan Nelson ended up 13th, and Julian Wood in his BMW Compact ends up 14th. Bod Buckby got fastest lap in the Caterham before he dropped out of the race. I think 21 cars went the distance. The other class winner in there was Rob Wakelin in Class F in his Honda Civic. Right, we'll hopefully head down to Parc Ferme in a moment to see if Ian Waterhouse could keep up with everything that was going on there.
Yes, welcome everybody down to Parc Ferme. It's been a wild race, that one, wasn't it? But here he comes, our raceman. I think you can quite believe it as well. Hands almost up to the helmet there. Very, very, very wild race. Congratulations. Ben, that was a wild race, wasn't it?
Oh my, absolutely crazy. I just started last on the grid. I just never expected that at all. Safety car came out and I was like, am I leading the pack? What's going on here? But absolutely mental, absolutely crazy. So I'm over the moon. The weekend started awful, and to pull out of the bag.
And it suddenly got a lot better. And of course, the good news is you've got to do it all again tomorrow.
Well, that's it. So fingers crossed, I have a bit more luck. So yeah, we'll see what we can do. But yeah, thank you.
You can't see it. There's a massive smile underneath the helmet. Go celebrate, mate. You certainly deserve it indeed. Let's go over here, shall we, and grab Carl Bennett. Carl, you look like you don't know what's happened, mate.
Honestly, I don't. From the start, just the whole race was just bonkers.
It was crazy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Red flag straight out the bag, safety cars.
Is everyone all right?
I believe so. Not
good.
confirmed,
Good,
but I believe
good.
so, yeah.
Yeah, it was a tough race. I've had all problems with understeer all over the bag. And that last race, I think the front wheel bearing's gone, tracking's all out. It's just got there. We got a second.
It's motorsport. You just got to stay in it, haven't you?
I know,
right?
you have, yeah. You never know what's going to happen, do you? So.
What do you make of Anglesey?
Good. Love the circus.
Yeah.
Love the full circus. Very good.
Top man, look,
Yeah.
go celebrate. You're going
Thank
to
you.
celebrate this one, aren't you? I'm going to join you as well a little bit later, no doubt, as well. Wild racing indeed. Chris Roberts, of course, coming home in third place indeed. It's actually nice to be live, isn't it? We had one or two signal issues, but it looks like we could be back. Stay with us, actually, if you can as well, because over here we've got the Caterham Academies. They're about to go out on track. A wild race has finished here for the CNC Heads. We still have 2 more races for these guys coming up. In fact, I think you can stay with me as well, so Let's go talk. Let's go walk and talk, shall we? Let's just find out how it was out there. Oh, don't disappear. Don't disappear. How was it?
Right. It was going well. My brother came past me in the MK, who won. Yeah. I think he won, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'm having fuel starvation issues in this. It's a relatively new car to me still.
Okay.
And around the long right-hander, it went into limp mode. So I had to do the last, I'd say, 2/3 of the lap.
Okay.
Going slow. So, yeah, Carl's good mate of mine. I mean, fair play to finish first. First you got to finish and all that lot. But, yeah, it's devastating.
Yeah, you say that. You've got 2 more chances to put it right tomorrow, right? So let's do that.
I need to. I don't think we're going to solve that issue. I think what it was, I was nursing the car around that all race. When it gets to about half tank, it really struggles. And then for some reason, that last one, I just thought I'll keep it pinned. It's the last lap. Sod's law, that happens. So it's one of them. But we'll come back, and I'll just be a bit more clever about it. And,
talk to me about Anglesey, because I'll tell you what, that banking's a little bit more steeper than you realise.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's just constant right-hander all the way around, and it's just like fuel pump is on the right-hand side of this car. All the fuel's going to the left, and we're just getting starvation. Being a modern-day car, it just goes into I'd give up mode. Drive safe home mode. I think that's what we got.
There you go. You need to get yourself a bit older, don't you?
Nice one.
That's all, man. Thank you so much. Right, let's keep going along, shall we? This is Duncan's car here. I think he had a spin actually at one point in that race, didn't he? Oh, here he is actually. Let's just grab him, Duncan. Let's just grab him over here. Sorry, Duncan. I could have come from. We're live now. We're live. So, did you have a bit of a spin out there at one point? Did I see?
Yeah, I got a tap at the second corner on the first lap. I don't know who from, but everyone missed me. We got going. So.
That's the main, is it? Did you enjoy yourself out there?
Oh yeah, it's good fun when you got to catch up. Unfortunately, we had a safety car because of another incident, but
we spoke about it earlier, didn't we? The mix of cars, it's open to everybody, and the racing, it's a thrill ride, isn't it?
Oh, it is. I mean, you might not be in the quickest car, but you do see some very nice fast cars passing you.
Top man, you're talking to us. There we go. Right, not too long to go till the next race, I believe. Caterham Academy, we've still got more action coming up here today at Anglesey. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow as well for all of the live action. If you're watching at the BARC Live YouTube channel or at the Caterham YouTube channel, please hit that little like button and that subscribe button as well. It does make a big difference to us. Right, on to more on-track action, shall we? Caterham Academy, they're about to go out on track. So Dave Goddard, over to you.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. Just about got our breath back here in the box after that crazy race for the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloons. They'll be back out tomorrow. So now it's on to the race for our 2025 newcomers, the moobob Caterham Academy Championship. And they've got 2 races this weekend. It's their first ever double header. Big thanks for all your comments coming in. I mentioned Scott Woodwis, fellow commentator, TC, Sky Hitter, Coops, and everybody else watching on. Dan Hedges as well. Say hello to Bethan Lloyd as well. She's watching down in at the other end of Wales, down on the south coast this weekend. Hello to you. So, the moobob Caterham Academy Championship. So far, Max Richardson has done the majority of the winning. He won the opening season sprint at Kerborough in Staffordshire. They start with a sprint before going on to the race circuits. He then won the first ever race for these drivers at Brands Hatch. But at Thruxton, it was George Hawkins who took the win. But we have a new man on pole for this race. It's number 99, Matt Fox, who is on pole position, the man from Hertfordshire. He did a 1:47.090 in qualifying this morning. Max Richardson, the championship leader, starts alongside him. George Hawkins, who won at Thruxton, is on row 2, alongside number 77, Nick Tomadakis. the Greek-born driver. Kyle Townend is on row 3 alongside 25 Richard Davies, racing on home turf in Wales this weekend. Comes from Penarth, which I think is in the south of Wales, down near Cardiff. So a journey the length of the country for him. Row 4, 80 Ben Oliver and 13 Stephen Vischer. Row 5 is number 12 John Bond and 24 Sebastian Thole. Now he had an incident in qualifying. He was the car that had a bit of a moment and dumped coolant on the exit of the banking, so we'll wait to see if he's repaired and in action here. You can just see it there on the left of your screen, the powder that's put down on some coolant from the damaged radiator of Seb Thole's car. So he lines up 10th on this grid, as we say, Matt Fox in pole position. Row 6 of the grid is 89 Oliver Smith and 55 Ollie Walsh. Row 7, 4 Richard Northridge and 47, which is Sam Eminson. Row 8's 14 Andrew Johnston starts alongside 72 Christian Bond. On the 9th row, 62 Georgina Tuffin, the only lady pilot on this grid, alongside 86 Richard Watson. Completing the top 20, 27 Rob Hicks and number 10 James French. Row 11, 37 Andrew Symington and 21 Luke Wilson. Row 12 is Joe Oliver alongside Shane Forster. The 13th row, Mark Hensler and Jason Spencer, number 8. Ross Pamphilon and Michael Smith on row 14. The 15th row, Chris Longley and Martin Smith, and number 11 Stuart Beggs will start from the back of the field. So Chris, as a former Caterham champion, what is your assessment of our novice racers so far this season?
Do you know what? I'm sad to have missed them at Thruxton, but I was tuned in like an avid viewer to watch how they're getting on, and they are coping with this with great panache. Actually, we always have one or two drivers who really do get on the speed very quickly, but the whole field was acting like they've been doing it for years. It was great to see, and long may that continue, because it's great news for them as they go through this Caterham Motorsport ladder. So this is obviously the first step, the academy. They can't have ever raced a car or a kart, in fact, with any kind of race licence before they join the Caterham Academy. It's one of the stipulations to try and keep things as even as possible. They all buy exactly the same car, so everything underneath them is exactly the same, and they're all supported by Caterham when they arrive at the circuit and for any repairs or anything they need during sort of the official testing and then into the race weekend. So everything is kept as even as we can, and they have been doing their part out on track with some really good, well-controlled races. And we've seen the front of the grid sort of settling in now. So as we said, Max Richardson has taken 2 of the 3 wins so far and looks really solid here as well. Matt Fox, though, is on the ascendancy, and as are the others. And we saw Tomadakis as well, just coming to the good. So as the season goes on, we'll see other drivers sort of their strengths and weaknesses come forward, and as they all get sort of more used to this racing that we love to do, they will take their academy through this season. This is their first weekend where they've had a double header, so normally it's 1 race per weekend for the academy, but to this weekend they've got 2 20 minutes, so that's a whole new thing for them to manage. The finishing order of this first race will be the starting order for their second, so that's another thing for them to keep in mind. You've got to keep things under control, because if you spin or crash in this first race, then you're starting from the back, so it's a double hit. But yeah, fantastic colourful grid of cars showing some great potential, a nice bumper field of these Caterhams out here, and you can see in the background that the weather is closing in. We've not got spots of rain just yet, but the radar is looking a little bit threatening, shall we say, but that'll be another thing for them to cope with if it happens as they come through then to start that their final. So this is their green flag lap, a chance for them to check what the conditions are like out there and see what the track's like underneath them, see where all the marshals posts are. They'll have seen them throughout the qualifying session, but they're slightly different from when they were testing the positions. Thanks again on behalf of all the drivers here, for all the marshals, all the support staff, or everything that goes into making these race weekends happen. Thank you ever so much, but particularly to our Orange Army, without whom we can't do what we love to do, and let's hope that the Academy drivers put on a great show for them today.
And also you can earn bonus points in this championship if you marshal at an event as well, so that's an added incentive for drivers to get involved in marshalling. So on pole position, it's the yellow car with the black stripe, that is Matt Fox from St Albans. Green car with the gold trim is championship leader Max Richardson alongside. George Hawkins in the Dayglow yellow car with the orange roll cage. Nick Tomadakis in the red car on row 2. Then we've got Kyle Townend, he's in yellow, and Richard Davies in red and black alongside him. Those are the leading runners to look out for this grid of novice racers. The red lights are on for the moobob Caterham Academy Championship. Revs are up and away they go. Down towards the first corner, the left-hander at turn 1. A little bit of wheel spin further back in the pack for one or two drivers. It's their first time here at Anglesey, unless any of them have been here on a track day in the past. I imagine one or two of them have, and it is Matt Fox who leads the way into the banking for the first time. Richardson in second place. It looks like Nick Tomadakis is up there in third position. They've all made it round the first couple of corners okay, out towards the right-hander at Church and out onto the back of the circuit. Fox leads the way then from Richardson, Tomadakis, side by side for fourth between Hawkins and Richard Davies in the 25. Trying to go between the two of them is Kyle Townend, number 19. The rest of them charge their way up the hill into the left-hander at Rocket. Let's hope they all make it round okay. Very, very tricky section of circuit, as we've already seen on a few occasions today. And George Hawkins has dropped back a bit into the pack. That's the bright Dayglow yellow machine. But they're all round okay so far in the first half a lap or so. The leaders head towards Peel and then down towards Siemens Corner for the first time.
Watch Carl Townend coming through the field. He's had he had a fast start to the season, but he's had a little tricky at Thruxton, had some accidents that got a DNF, and therefore he will be thirsty to make his way up, just making his way past Welshman Davis into that kind of fourth place now. So watch for that yellow car there just coming through. So Matt Fox out front in the yellow car, but it will be the sort of second on the track as we watch battles going around. We call it a hairpin, but it's actually a really wide open, really difficult to pick your braking point. We saw some issues for the 270s finding their braking point earlier on today. You can see how it even has gradient coming down through the middle, so it's a difficult corner for these cars. And the Caterham Academy here driving on dedicated tyres. They're the only ones that run on these, and they're low grip. You will see the cars squirming, you will hear the tyres squealing, and because they don't have a rear anti-roll bar in this car as well, you'll see the rear of their car squat down. You can see the suspension working hard there in Davis's car as he bounces over the exit curbs. Another move down the inside there. Some great late braking by these academies. Remember, this is only their third ever track race, so going very well out here today. But yeah, watch Townend coming through, and can Richardson do anything about Matt Fox, who's got a clean pair of heels? He's got a little bit of a gap there, hasn't he, before we have Tomadakis, who's making, and again, taking on that performance from Thruxton and making it happen here in third place. So it's Hawkins who's lost out in all that. We saw him sort of running wide, and that cost him a lot of places.
Big thanks to moobob Recruitment for their sponsorship of the championship as well this year. A new sponsor coming on board as Fox leads the way on the top of the circuit up towards the right-hander at Peel. You'll see a few of the cars sliding their way around here, especially early in the race on colder tyres. The rest of them starting to string out. The first half dozen or so have pulled away just a little. Over the top they come. Stephen Vischer we saw battling it out on the run up towards Rocket last time through the number 13. He's in 7th place along with the number 80 of Ben Oliver. Brother Joe is a little further down the order in this race. Through the, as we said, we call it the hairpin. It's a bit like Agostini, the corner at Snetterton on the infield there, except you turn right here instead of left.
Agostini is definitely a bit tighter though. This is, again, it just has that extra bit of it. It sort of nips in back of you. This one you can see how they get to the edge of the track pretty quickly, and then the kind of turns quite viciously back on you. But Matt Fox is doing what he needs to do from pole position and breaking away a little bit of gap back to Richardson. It looked like Richardson with the early season race form was going to be hard to catch, but they've all done it. They put in the miles and the practice, and their skill levels increasing every time they hit the track, and doing quite well as we watch this battle a little bit further back. That's Townend just behind Davies there on track, and you can see the 56 of Hawkins has now recovered back, so he's up a place again, and you can see they've all got the novice cross on because they're all starting without any experience, and by the time they get to the end of the season, as long as they finished enough of these races, enough signatures on their licence, they will get to remove that novice cross. Green flag there flying at Marshall Post 4, which means that there might be a yellow flag at the previous one, which will be through the banking hairpin. Wonder what that's caused that, but we see these battles side by side action as they go around this, as you say, non-straight, isn't it? It's a curved back straight, but it's certainly they'll be building a lot of speed. A little bit of dust kicked up there by one of our runners as he just clicked through that right hand and outbraked himself as he went up the hill there as well. But we're watching this Caterham Academy. 15 minutes of this race still to go. So we watch them coming down towards us.
It's the number 80 car. That's Ben Oliver. We mentioned him earlier. He's running in P7 at the moment, being chased by Stephen Vischer, Ollie Walsh and Seb Tholey running at the top 10. So Seb did get his car repaired after that incident at the banking in the qualifying session earlier on. Here come your leaders up towards the hairpin. They're splitting into groups of 3, as we saw the 310Rs do earlier on, to slipstream down the straights with. You take your partners almost, to borrow a phrase from fellow commentator Chris Dawes. Through they come into the hairpin. That's I think the number 14 of Andrew Johnston's trying to move through up the inside there, a little bit further back in the order.
Head of title sponsor moobob, so welcome to the, well, he's very welcome on the grid and enjoying the product that he is sponsoring as well. So again, putting, you know, the fun into this racing and having a great old time. Great looking car as well as he comes down towards us. Battles all the way up and down this field. They've not really spread out like we saw in the other races, have they? They've still nose to tail. Here's Hawkins going down the inside, then Townend losing out then to Hawkins. That's how you can hear the tyres squealing as he went around there, complaining with everything they had, but he managed to keep it all under control.
And notice that a lot of these cars have got the number plates still on them. These cars are often driven on the road to the events, aren't they?
They must have a number plate on. It doesn't have to be a road legal one, but you'll see that many of them are road legal because they have to be registered, like you say, and you can, if you want to, just put a line through your numbers and off you go out. And then many of these drivers do make use of their cars. I certainly did when I had one out on the track and on the road. They are equally at home as both, and fun cars indeed as they go up then over Rocket into this Peel complex. Again, you can see the gradient in the track and how much of an adventure it is for all these drivers. So not only are you dealing with turning left and right, you're also dealing with gravity, gradient and wind here at Anglesey.
Yes, the cars like the, especially on the top section of the circuit, likes to be blown around a little, as we see number 72 Christian Bond there under fire. He's in 11th place. Now, I'm trying to work out why we had that yellow flag earlier on. Yeah, Ollie Walsh has dropped back a few places to 55, so he may have had a spin coming out of the banking. Well, his number plate does say send it, and I think he sent it a little bit too much.
Very easy to do down there as well, isn't it? We said it's hard to pick your braking point, really difficult. No brake references that are anywhere near the edge of the track, and therefore it's hard to pick out how late is late. You have to just do it by feel more than anything. As they're coming down then to start onto their 4th lap. You see the field is still a gaggle of cars coming down towards us, some sort of on the inside, some using the middle of the track, but they'll all gain to the edge of the track by the time we get down there. There's that battle continuing between Johnson and Wilson as they head down into the final corner. You can see the windmill in the paddock absolutely blustered along. It's really is windy out there today.
Yes, I think if you had an electric car here at Anglesey today, you could charge it up by the end of the day using that wind turbine. As the number 10 car closing on these two, that's James French. And somebody's had a spin, number 8 of Jason Spencer has had a moment there further back in the pack. Now, where's that? That's coming out of the last corner. He's had a spin, so gets it going again. He was towards the back of the field anyway, unfortunately, so he's got work to do from there. 12 minutes of this race to go for the moobob Caterham Academy. These novice racers putting on a great show so far.
Matt Fox, though, doing what, as I said already, he's doing what he needs to do. He's just clean pair of heels, and we've seen that a couple of times, haven't we? This Anglesey Circuit with these wind conditions, and when cars battle in different ways, we have seen gaps managing to form and break clear. And say when we were at Thruxton, another spin going to the inside there. That was Johnson, was it? So unfortunately, his car spinning to the inside. He recovers onto the grass. He will get going again, but he will lose quite a number of places. We didn't see what happened. That's going really fast along that kind of back corner, isn't it? So yeah, sort of not a place you want to have an accident, but he's up and running again. Looks like the car's all in one piece.
The Hunter, as it says on the number plate, so he's going to have to hunt down a few cars and make some places back up then. The championship sponsor George Hawkins up until he was taken 5th place from Kyle Townend, so he's up to P5 and now trying to chase down Richard Davies. Bit of a lock up there from the number 62, which is Georgina Tuffin.
She had the rear of her cars fully locked up. She's got a kind of Jaws out sort of livery on her car. As we're watching this again, Townend going to battle with Hawkins. They are not finished with this, but they're not able to keep up with the car in front. They're going side by side through turn 1. There isn't room to do that. They are going to make it happen though, and Hawkins carries on around the outside. Is he going to get it all stopped this time? He's been a little bit erratic on those brakes, but he manages to get that car all stopped up this time. Less tyre squeal, and he's going to carry that momentum down this next straight, but that's not going to stop going to stop Townend getting the toe as they head up the hill. But here comes the leader then, Fox up the hill ahead of Richardson, our sort of championship leader. Then Tomadakis, who's having a great season as he's coming into this middle part, and Davis just behind him. We got that side by side for this battle between Hawkins and Townend, really showing not showing their lack of experience. Really, they're really having a great old time out there.
We're up to half distance, 10 minutes gone, 10 to go, as Hawkins still side by side with Town, and that's the feature battle at the moment. They're being reeled in by Ben Oliver and Steve Vischer in behind them there, the 80 and the 13. Ben Oliver in silver, Vischer in blue, as Hawkins tries to move to cover as they go through Peel. Fox leads by 1.6 seconds over Max Richardson. Nick Tomadakis in third, ahead of Richard Davies. He'll want some success this weekend, the Welshman.
Saw some people out there supporting him, obviously taking the drive up here, and obviously we get lots of friends and family. They come along and join whoever's driving out there for supporting them, because many people need, we can't have teams or any support in this. So if you're expected to look after your car over the course of the race weekend, and family is a perfect opportunity to get them involved. And I know from, say, past experience how important the family paddock atmosphere is, and how important they are to keeping these cars all going in the right direction. We've got a four-way battle now as they get Oliver and Vischer get to join Townend and Hawkins in this battle, and unfortunately they're slowing each other down sufficiently that it's going to cause them all to bunch up. But that's great for us. It's not so much good for them, and trying to get those points as Townend does make the better of that corner, but he's chopping across the nose of Hawkins that time. He didn't want to let Hawkins have any sniff of that position, and Townend does make that stick for now, but unfortunately he's now giving the toe to Hawkins, so he's not going to be able to break clear, as we got this battle behind with Oliver and Vischer just going hammer and tong as well as they go around Church. There really should be a flat out corner, but they made it even tighter by just going side by side again then for this battle.
We can see Richard Davies disappearing up the road in front of them in fourth place. Sensational battle for P5. I think Stephen Vischer's got the move done, yes, on Ben Oliver into P7. Now he's going to go for the two ahead of him. Still your leader is Fox by 1.6 seconds. His lap time's virtually identical to Max Richardson last time through. Town then back into P5 ahead of George Hawkins, who was the winner at Thruxton, admired in this battle for the minor placings this time. Through Peel, then drop down towards the left-hander at Siemens Corner.
They are flinging these cars around. You can see that because you don't have the rear anti-roll bar, you can see the weight transfer, and Townend then was really flinging it. Here's the lead group then, as we're just watching the cars. There's a bit of a gap now developing, isn't there? So they really are going to be battling for this part of the race. They're not going to reach that front group again, but I can see Townend locking those rears and sort of almost backing the car into the corners. He's trying so hard to break the toe, but he's just not managing it, although they're going sufficiently fast now that it has spread out that group battle that they had. But Hawkins is not done yet, and he's on that better position car. Enough threat to Townend that Townend felt like he couldn't use the edge of the track and leave that open inside line. So he decided to shorten that corner a little bit and stop that, but it will slow them down once more. It's how you lose speed in a Caterham, by not using it in any race car, not using that full width of the track. But he's feeling he has to stop any sniff of the inside line being able to be used by Hawkins.
7 minutes of this race to go then. Still Matt Fox leads it. The gap's come down by a couple of tenths. Max Richardson looking for his second race win, third event win of the season. Of course, the opening event of the year was a sprint against the clock at the famed Kerborough sprint course near Lichfield in Staffordshire. Side by side here a little further back. This is the battle for seventh again. Ben Oliver and Stephen Vischer together. Ben Oliver comes from Norwich, Stephen Vischer from London. There goes the lead group through Peel. Still your leader, Fox from Richardson. Nick Tomadakis up there in third. Richard Davies up there as well. He was second in the sprint at Kerborough behind Max Richardson. Matt Fox was third there. Max went on to win at Brands Hatch with Kyle Townend in second place, and third went to Ben Oliver. Then at Thruxton it was George Hawkins in a frantic fight at the front of the field. They really were superb at Thruxton. Max Richardson was second, and Nick Tomadakis got his first podium in third. So there is a hierarchy being established now in this championship, and still this battle goes on with Carl Townend now behind George Hawkins once again, determined to get the place back.
These drivers have not raced on track before this season, and this is what I mean by them putting on a great show. Really not a knowledge of the car already, and a knowledge of how the size and the kind of race tactics, and how do you make cutbacks, when do you defend, when do you attack. And now Townend's not giving Hawkins any of the width of the track. They're holding him, pinching him as we would call it, into the last turn. That means he's hoping to get a better run out of that. He's not really going to be able to use it around turn one, because turn one is not really a side-by-side corner. It's a very nearly flat out left, because then you can see the cars working hard, leaning, and all the way to the edge of the track. Then Hawkins driving it back, having enough gap back to, understanding he's got enough gap back that he can use the whole of the track and sweep the car nicely through banking hairpin in through Church, then again you generally lift the throttle just to get the front of the car tucked in, and as soon as you can you get back on that throttle and then pin the car, hope that you don't run out of space onto the in fact we saw the perfect example, he did run out of space, that was Ben Oliver, wasn't it, just losing a little bit of the car rear end as he went off the grass as they go up through and into the Rocket again once more.
Yes, because of the commentator there for Ben Oliver, unfortunately. Sorry, Ben, as he takes a wide line into Rocket, tries to cut back on the inside to close up on Kyle Townend. 4.5 minutes of the race remaining. Well, he's held off Stephen Vischer there for 7th position, I should say. Behind them, it's the number 12 of John Bond and Sebastian Thulle in the 24, rounding out the top 10 positions. All 31 cars, I think, are still running, which is good to see from the moobob Caterham Academy. And Matt Fox continues to lead, looking for his first ever motor race victory.
Gaps extending out front.
George Hawkins has dropped back there. Something's happened. There's only 3 together now. Hawkins is back in 8th place.
He was driving, wonder whether he had a little bit of an out-braking manoeuvre. We've seen that sort of a couple of times, haven't we? But the gaps out front spreading out that last time through, so maybe Fox has now broken that toe properly from Richards behind him. And so, we'll see whether he can continue that progress this time through. In fact, the gap has gone significantly out now. So what's happened to Richards, Max Richardson as well at the front there, because he's lost a second or so on that last lap through.
He's lost pretty much exactly a second, and Matt Fox did a new fastest lap as well of 1:46.575. So he's extended his lead by a full second on that lap. Tomadakis is still third.
Just outside lap record pace, so not quite there, but if he can get another 10th, he might have the lap record as well.
Richard Davies still rather on his own in 4th. He's 3 seconds off Nick Tomadakis, and he's over 6.5 seconds clear of Townend. This battle for 5th position, 3 minutes of this race to go. Les Hawkins dropping back into the clutches of number 12 John Bond, now in 9th place, side by side up the hill now. This is Ben Oliver's opportunity to try and snatch P5 away from Kyle Townend. He's a bit sideways there on the inside line. That allows Townend to hold the place. Here comes Stephen Vischer having a look as well. Great 3-way fight. Now it was 4, but George Hawkins has dropped back. We weren't sure why there, whether he's made a mistake somewhere and dropped away into 8th place.
Ben Oliver's come through from, is that 18th place on the grid? Am I reading that right? Has he come all the way up to this front of this grid? Because he did that quite quick smart if he did. And So,
no, Ben Oliver was on row 4.
There we go, okay. So it's not quite that spectacular, and I got the wrong sheet open on my screen, but fantastic to see him up there battling anyway as we watch these more battles. Whatever happened to Hawkins, they've got another spin there. Who's that spinning?
It's Ben Oliver.
So
we just mentioned how well he was going. He's had a spin, unfortunately, at the hairpin.
Better stop talking.
So Ben's had a spin. He must have tried an attack on Kyle Townend. It didn't work there. So Kyle is now on his own in 5th position because Stephen Vischer's dropped back a few lengths. As a result of that, another one goes spinning out. Was that a wallop straight into the pit wall? Yes, it was in backwards. Who's that? It's the number 12, which is John Bond. He was 9th.
Did he make contact or did he just miss out? It looks like he might have just got some crumple on that rear.
Yeah, he's just clipped the tyres, I think.
It looks like he's just looking for an opportunity to join you. He's a bit blind there, so you can't really see. So as the battles continue, it's got a bit dramatic as we come towards this last minute then, but it is still Matt Fox ahead of Richardson, ahead of Tomadakis, Davis, Townend, Vischer, Hawkins and Thulle last time through. So some people making that, but Ben Oliver, big loser, 3 places down on that lap, and John Bond losing 13 before he got back over the line that time through.
A couple of our commenters asking what's happened to Ollie Walsh. He had a spin early on in that race. He's down in 16th, so he had a spin. I think it was a Church corner. We see a battle coming up into Rockets. That's where a lot of the overtaking has been done today. The 55 at the front of that, he's Ollie Walsh. He's trying to make places back up again as Matt Fox continues to lead. 40 seconds left.
Lost some of his lead this
on
time.
The clock now. It's down to 1.3 seconds. His last lap was a 1:49.5. I think there might be a bit of rain coming down, because the lap times are dropping
Can't see any rain on our windows outside, but nevertheless there may be, even just a wind direction change or squalls or even just Matt Fox trying to manage it towards the end. This is going to be start of his last lap this time through. The clock's going to run down to 0 by the time they come down. You see the last lap board being hung out by the marshals, so all these drivers got one more lap of this Anglesey International Circuit to see if they can make any other places up. Every single place they make up is worth a point. Matt Fox was the only guy that's got a couple of points gap, as that's the benefit of winning the races. And how you in a Caterham Championship do develop these gaps. But Richardson is still there hunting him down. Can he do anything about him up this long back straight? I would say that gap is still looking pretty comfortable at the moment, but he's on the wrong end of the direction of that. It's gone down to 1.25 seconds, and a couple of laps ago he had 2.6, so yeah, really has come down heavily. But Richardson has been the opening form driver, and can he do anything? Another second place would be great for his championship though.
Yes, he's been on the podium in every event this year. 2 wins and a second place for Max Richardson. This will keep him in the championship lead with another second place, but he is closing. He wants another win. Matt Fox, he'll be getting a bit nervous in there, looking for his first ever motor race victory. Just needs to keep it cool for the next few corners. He runs a bit wide through Peel. Third place is Nick Tomadakis. He's looking for his first ever victory as well. They've gone clear of Richard Davies there. He is in 4th position in the number 25.
Oh, the jitter's real, Dave. Is he feeling it in that car? Is it nervousness, or is it just confidence that he's got what he needs? He's certainly still got a bit of a gap, but we've got one more corner. Richardson really late on the brakes there. I don't know if he outbraked himself. Matt Fox working the wheel really hard there. He's still got a comfort gap. I think he's got this done.
Here they come then down towards the bus stop for the final time. Max Richardson is going to keep his championship lead with a 4th podium of the season, but it's going to be a first win in the moobob Caterham Academy Championship for the man from St Albans in Hertfordshire. Number 99, Matt Fox, comes out of the final corner and takes his first ever motor racing victory. Fox wins it from Richardson in 2nd. Nick Tomadakis is 3rd. A spin on the last lap, number 47. That's Sam Eminson, who was in 12th place, has gone around. Richard Davies, the home hero, has come over in 4th place. Kyle Townend is 5th, and Stephen Vischer just lost out there on the last lap to George Hawkins, who takes 6th position. Seb Tholey comes over in 8th. 9th place, rolling across the line there. Somebody finishing very slowly. I think that's is that Ben Oliver?
Oh, sorry,
no, he's come home in 10th. Yeah, just behind Ollie Smith. So Ben Oliver must have had a problem there on the last lap.
And the best thing about this is we can watch them. It's not the only race for them this weekend. We get to watch
again
them
tomorrow.
all again tomorrow, and fantastic opportunity that is for us, and great for them as well. A bit more a difference to their race weekend, and keeps them involved over the course of 2 days. So they're all coming in then just to finish off watching Bond, Simmons and Hensler coming across the line there. Great result. Has everyone finished that started? Did we lose anyone at all? I think that was a start-finish excellent race again by the Academy this season, really proving to be well up to their...
Last couple of cars just coming across the line now. We've got Ross Pamphil on. Spencer makes it home after a spin early on, number 8 Jason Spencer. Just waiting for Stuart Beggs to come in, the number 11. He's the only car that has not yet taken the checkered flag. Number 33 Martin Smith finished a lap down. Just waiting for Stuart Beggs to come in now, but it is a win. A first ever win for Matt Fox. He wins by 3/4 of a second in the end there, 0.779 to be precise, over Max Richardson, the championship leader. Nick Tomadakis is 3rd ahead of Richard Davies. Kyle Townend fighting off a lot of attention there for 5th position. George Hawkins fighting back to 6th ahead of Stephen Vischer, Seb Tholey, Ollie Smith and Ben Oliver round out the first 10. Then Christian Bond, Richard Northridge in the number 4. Sam Eminson, despite that late spin, is 13th ahead of Luke Wilson. And I can confirm all 31 starters made it to the checkered flag. Fastest lap goes to the race winner, Matt Fox, 1:46.575. "12 laps completed in the 20 minutes by our race winner. Well, let's head down to Parc Ferme in just a moment to hear from our first time race winner.
Well, here he is, your winner, Matt Fox. Although he was being closed down a little bit by Max Richardson at the end, wasn't he? But I can't see his face underneath there, but I bet he's got a big smile right there. He has, he's smiling. Listen, we know how important it is to break the toe in these Caterhams. You did it, but Max did start to close a little bit near the end.
I hit 5th gear coming into the bus stop and absolutely ruined it. Yeah. And then I went into 1st, so that was not ideal.
Well, it was a good job it was the last lap then, wasn't it? But what do you make of Anglesey here?
I love it. It's favourite track so far. It's got a bit of everything. I think it's everybody loves it. We've all had a great week, a few days.
How does it feel to get the win?
Awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Top man, and go enjoy it, won't you? Well done, congratulations. Let's grab Max. Max, can we have a quick chat? Congratulations, buddy. You were closing near the end, weren't you? I think he did miss a gear, though.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, he slowed up so much that I'm not going to lie, I thought he'd seen a flag or something, so I lifted off. And then I saw Nick didn't lift off. He was the only one who actually paid attention to what was going on. So he caught up and it made the final couple of laps quite close. But yeah, Matt was so good, so fast.
What do you make of racing these Caterhams around Anglesey?
I mean, no offence to the other tracks we've been to, but Anglesey is the best track we've been to all year. It's so
I love hearing that.
It's so good. It's technical, there's elevation, there's difficult corners, the wind, the rain, everything's changing all the time. So yeah, it's so much.
Is this your first time here?
Other than a track day I did 5 years ago in a Suzuki Swift, yes. So
a little bit different there, eh?
No, exactly the same thing.
You got to grips a bit. Well done, mate. Congratulations, P2 there. Let's grab Nick for a quick chat as well. Nick,
hi.
What do you make of that?
Great race. This man here was flawless all weekend. Max, as usual, very quick. I was onto him for the first half of the race, but I was kind of saving for the end, and then I made a mistake, and I couldn't really get closer. But yeah, great race.
Well, the good news is you guys actually here tomorrow as well, aren't you? For one, which is unusual, but that gives you another chance, doesn't it? So what do you think you might do differently tomorrow that you've learnt from today?
I was started 4th. I managed to get to 3rd with my start. Tomorrow I'm starting 3rd.
Yeah.
I'll try to get ideally to the first corner first. So we'll see.
I love it. Top man,
but, let me just say hi to a lot of people watching me. I'd like to say hi to my beautiful daughters, Emilia and Evie, and my wife, Alicia, and all the friends, relatives watching me in the UK, in Greece, in Cyprus. So thanks everyone for your support.
I have no doubt that the weather is probably a little bit better in Cyprus and Greece. Congratulations, Nick. Well done. Here we go. We still have another race to go as well. Here is the Roadsport over here. Almost time. They are about to head out on track. So Dave Goddard, over to you. Take us home.
Thanks very much, Ian. And just before we give you the grid for our final race of the day, the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship, just news of an amended results to race number 1 of the day, which was the 270Rs, the Edge Caterham 270R Championship, because in that race it was counted back to lap 9, so Ben Wheatley was the winner ahead of Louis Darling and Henry Speaks, Paul Oglesby 4th. I can tell you Adam Keane and Arif Hanif were both excluded from the results of that race for causing collisions. So that's an amendment to the results of the 270R race earlier on. Adam Keane and Arif Hanif have both been disqualified for causing a collision. Don't think there's been any amendments to the other results so far today. Just double checking my results files. Thank you.
The other races have been relatively tidy, haven't they? So yeah, it's been interesting.
Yeah, just checking my results on TSL Timing at the moment. Yeah. Thanks to tsl-timing.com for the supply of all our grids and results files this weekend. There are no other amendments to the results, so we'll move on to the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship. This effectively is the field from Academy last season, the second tier on the Caterham ladder through their championship adventure over the years, the Caterham racers. And they'll be lining up shortly for their first of 2 20-minute races this weekend, sponsored by Bilstein Suspension. And tell us the differences, Chris, between an Academy car and a Roadsport.
Do you know, it's not very much actually. So when you get to the end of your Academy year, yep, you can upgrade to it to be a Roadsport, and all you have to do is strap on the Toyo 888R tyres, which is the same tyre that you run in the 270s and the 310s, and you add a rear anti-roll bar. You have the option, if you want to put a brake bias valve into the car, you can do that as well. And that is all that it is that takes you from being an Academy car to a road sport. But it sees lap times increasing by, let's have a look at the lap records. So 3 seconds nearly per lap quicker, just in the want of putting on new tyres and adding a rear anti-roll bar. You also have all the higher experience because they've done a whole seasons of racing now, so they understand what racing is. In the road sport, you get 2 races every single race weekend, and you're still supported by Caterham, though you can't run with teams, so it's still an absolute level playing field. Cars are still completely road legal, so you can drive them to and from circuits, you can drive them in between your racing, and like I say, many people do. But it's a great season to watch, as the 2 grids that they had in last year of Academy White and Green have been combined into one field for their road sport season. So you get to know a few of the other drivers who you weren't directly racing against last year, and it's brilliant to watch, and they've been having a fantastic start to the season. Seeing people sort of having some, the Harris brothers doing so well at Snetterton. We're seeing Sam Parker starting 7th today. She's going to try and break through into the top 10 of that championship this weekend, I think, and she's loving it out there. So you watched her doing some presenting earlier on, and now she's out there driving her race car around. She loves everything there is about these Academy, these Caterham Championships, and let's see how they get on.
Well, before we introduce the field to you and go through the grid, let's head down into the assembly area a short while ago.
Right, here we go. Almost time for the final race of the day. I've got Liam over here, and Liam, you're getting ready for this race, aren't you? So come on, we're going to do a little bit of stretching together whilst we're here as well. But what do we make of Anglesey?
I love it. I raced here last year, and it's just a great track to race at.
Okay, swap. Okay, there we go. Good stuff. Look, wind. It's pretty breezy here today. How's that affecting things?
At the moment now, not bad. Not been out since 1 o'clock, so it's changed a lot, but it should be fine, hopefully.
Actually, that's a really good point. Qualifying, it was quite calm, wasn't it? It was quite relaxed. It's cold now as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gone colder, which helps cars get more cold air, so it makes it good for them.
What can you do from here on the grid?
Hopefully, top 10. Get my first top 10 of the year. I'll be happy with that. And then it's there for tomorrow.
Enjoying yourself in Roadsport?
Yeah, loving it. Yeah. Great group of people. They've all welcomed me in so well. So, yeah, it's great.
Liam, look, best of luck. One last thing, of course, now. Let's do this together. Up, down, and stretch. There we go. Good luck, Liam. Roadsport, final race of the day. Let's go racing. Dave, over to you. My back's gone.
Well, I've heard of a warm-up lap, but that's ridiculous.
Amazing.
How to warm up before a Caterham race. Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship then. Craig Evans, number 86, his first pole position of the season, alongside number 96, Charles Harris, who's currently 3rd in the points. So row 2, Scott Helm and Alistair Morton. Row 3, Aaron Oliver and William Harris, brother of Charles and the current points leader. A certain Sam Parker, we've already heard from her on the microphone, now swapping microphone for steering wheel. She's on row 4 alongside Ollie White. Row 5, Brian Thornton, the Irishman, alongside Jimmy Y. The 6th row, we have Steve Lorriman, number 20, and 71, Richard Haig. Row 7, 13, Liam Baslington. We've just done our pre-race exercises with him, alongside 19, Chris Morling. The 8th row, we have Daniel Crawley, number 17, 52, Chris Hicks. 9th row, James Platt, who had a bit of a shunt at Thruxton, so good to see him back out, alongside Luciano Caruso. That's the Rothmans lookalike car, number 88. Completing the top 10 rows on the grid, Andrew Davison and Charles Chapman. Row 11 of the grid, we have Chris Buck, number 36, alongside number 5, Steve Harris, father of William and Charles. 12th row, we have William Coop and Eduardo Pontes, the Brazilian, in car number 6. Alistair Kinnear and Mark Stancer on row 13. Zina Al-Jalili alongside Scott Darling. On row 15, a newcomer, appropriate name, Tim Newman, on row 15 alongside Ivan Searle. Like a couple of our other drivers this weekend, he had his qualifying times disallowed for a tyre infringement and has to start from the back of the grid. So we should see 30 cars out there for this, our final race of day 1 here at Anglesey. We're back in action starting at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. We have another 10 races to get through over the course of tomorrow, with all the classes we've seen out today.
Looking forward to this one. Briefly going to take the opportunity to say happy birthday to my mum. It's her birthday today, so happy birthday, mum. And let's get into this Roadsport action then. So it's 2 20-minute races they have, and we've got to watch out for a couple of drivers who are further down the order than they normally would be. So Chris Buck is finding himself deep in the order, 21st, and he was fighting for the lead, as was Dan Crawley, who got a podium last time out at Thruxton, and he finds himself all the way down in 15th place. So a little bit topsy-turvy, some of them not getting to grips with this Anglesey track or having issues in qualification. We're going to see drivers moving around. Can Brian Thornton from 9th place do anything? He's been starting from the front rows of the grid and just faded towards the end of every single race this year so far. Can he do anything from 9th place and move forward? We saw him get a track limits penalty due to track limits in qualifying, so that's why he's starting a little bit further back. But yeah, we've got Sam Parker starting all the way up there in 7th place, and she's flying around this weekend, looking forward to it. But a bumper grid of cars, 30 cars. They're going to be starting around the corner here, aren't they, and having to look at the repeater lights. But we're nearly getting ready then for the first of their 2 20-minute races over the course of this weekend.
So quick happy birthday to Meg Checkley, who's watching in Birmingham as well, celebrating her birthday today. So the grid for this one, the white and black car of Craig Evans on pole position, the green and yellow sort of Team Lotus look-alike alongside of Charles Harris. Scott Helm is in black and orange on row 2, and Alistair Morton grey with an orange stripe on the outside of the second row. Row 3, Aaron Oliver in yellow, William Harris rather in green and black. They're the leading runners to look out for here. The red lights are on for our final race of the day, and we get underway with the Bilstein Caterham Motorsport Championship. Here we go into the first corner for our 6th race start of the day. Who's going to come out with the lead then on the exit of the corner? It is the pole sitter Craig Evans in the Blood Records sponsored car who leads the early going then. Looks like Charles Harris has held that second place. Everybody else gets through behind. They're all away well, including Tim Newman, our newcomer at the back of the field at the moment. That's the silver number 2 car. Ivan Searle, of course, starting with the penalty, but it is Evans who leads the way. Coming under fire from Charlie Harris, who has a look up the inside. Scott Helm, the points leader, is in 3rd place. Help me, as it says on his number plate, upside down. Great sense of humour from Scott Helm. Up they go, big lock up from somebody. I think that might have been Sam Parker in there, the sort of lime green coloured car.
Holding on well at the moment, so I've just lost a couple of places, as you say. Maybe she did lock up there, but Scott Helm has been the man who's been carried on pushing forward. We've seen Harris there or thereabouts all raised. It's good to see Craig Evans up there and leading as they head down over. You can see the bays slowly disappearing in the background there as the sort of misty, sort of foggy comes in. Lorryman there heading down the hill as they all come down into the left of Siemens, and then they're coming up here. This is what makes it into the international circuit. We've got this extra loop with a wide open hairpin that loses gradient as you go down, so tricky to get the brakes on, tricky to get it all stopped, and heading on down there, and it nips in just as you think the corner's over. It really does tighten up on you as you head down then in towards the last corner. They're all making a good fist of getting around this first lap, and it's Evans going to lead it from start to finish.
A little bit of a lock up there into the bus stop for the race leaders. Locked up the left front wheel on the inside. Plenty of jockeying for position further back, but the leaders are pretty much line astern, with Evans ahead of Charles Harris, then Helm, Will Harris up to 4th, then Alistair Morton. Brian Thornton is up 3 places into 6th position. The Irishman, who's desperate for his first win. He's qualified on pole for the first 2 races of the year. Has had no luck in the races really. Sam Parker on the tail of the 38, which is Jimmy White in the blue and orange Golf livery car. There's a Golf livery car in every championship,
always.
Isn't there, almost?
Chris Buck making up 8 places, so I said he looked out of position, and he's made that quite clear. He's got a bit between his teeth and is trying to make up places early. So Crawley is up into 12th as well. We have a bit of a dust in the background there. One person at least running wide. Looked like he might even spun on the grass out there. We'll keep an eye out, see whether we've lost anyone. But yeah, Buck and Crawley both making up places in that early corners of this race. There's Harris, the other Harris in 3rd place.
Yeah, he's got past Scott Helm there at Rocket.
Dropping back a little bit.
So William Harris, the points leader, up into 3rd place then. Number 71, Richard Haig, was the big loser on the first lap. Unfortunately, he dropped 7 places. And for Liam Baslington, the pre-race stretches didn't work. He's dropped 5 places on that opening lap. But here come the leaders up to the hairpin. Then it is Craig Evans number 86, who leads the way. Then the Harris brothers, second and third. Then it's Helm. Up the inside comes Alistair Darling, I think that is. No, Alistair Morton, rather, losing a place there to Brian Thornton, who's on a charge through the field. Aaron Oliver is in behind them, coming down towards the completion of lap number 2. Evans from Harris, it was half a second last time through. We'll see what the gap is this time around as they cross the line. It's up to 0.7 of a second. Fastest lap by Will Harris, who's in third place, 1:43.692 as the first flying lap time starts to come in. Thornton up to fifth ahead of Alistair Morton, then Oliver, Ollie White, Jimmy White and Sam Parker round out the first 10.
We do have a Darling in here. It's Scott Darling, that's the father of Louis Darling, who we saw racing very well earlier on in the day. So
Brian Thornton's off wide there onto the grass. Sorry, Chris.
Yeah.
Recovers it, but Alistair Morton and Aaron Oliver could attack here through Church.
Yeah, so he's bringing his car. He just about got away with Matt. He's still got the momentum, so hopefully he's still going to be all right. But the front four have broken away slightly, and it looks like Evans has got such speed in his car that he's just dragging them all clear because they're not able to attack, or at least deciding that they don't need to. A little bit of dust kicked up there, using every little last bit of this track. Don't think you can hide away from the fact that was a little bit of track limits, and hopefully the marshals won't call that in too readily, because it's certainly spectacular to watch Thornton looking like he might lose another place at the moment, though, as he's struggling in this mid phase. But there is the 86, our leader of Evans, over the top of the hill. Two Harrises running nose to tail, as they have done for a lot of this season, and they head down, and Thornton just sort of Helm there, just looking to see whether he can cling on in there. Parker is still of their top 10 at the moment. I think she might have made up at least another place during the course of this lap so far.
So the Harris brothers leading the chase of our race leader, Scott Helm, going with them. The next group is for P5, headed by Alistair Morton. Then it's Thornton, Aaron Oliver, and in behind them is Oliver White in the number 24 car, not to be confused with the Porsche Carrera Cup racer, an ex-Formula 4 driver of the same
Well,
name.
he better not be. He's to the academy, because that's not on.
Up the inside comes Thornton, retakes Alistair Morton for P5. Swing their way across the line once again, completing lap number 3. Still Will Harris has the fastest lap. There goes Sam Parker, she's still in 10th place behind Jimmy Y. A change for 11th there, Dan Crawley getting past Chris Morling, number 19.
Yeah, more progress made by Crawley then, and Buck not too far back, so they're pulling through together, aren't they?
Certainly are, yes. You've got to find somebody to work with, pretty much. Drivers being encouraged on from the pit wall there. That's great to see. Whether they can see that is another matter. As they come out of Church along the back of the circuit, there's a real battle developing for 5th place here, with the side-by-side between Alistair Morton and Brian Thornton, with Aaron Oliver, the yellow car, tucked in behind them. Up the hill into the left-hander at Rocket. Big lock-up again from Brian Thornton. Round the outside of him goes Morton. I think he'll retake P5. No, you don't, says Brian Thornton. They're still side-by-side on the exit. This is great stuff between these two. Thornton on the outside for the right-hander at Peel, so he'll lose the place, and Morton goes through to 5th.
Did start 9th though, so still, he's made up those few places up into 5th when he was last across the line. So he's making progress as he needs to, but it's going to be see whether he can continue that now. And as we said, we've seen him fading at the end of the races by either making mistakes or running wide, or just getting on the wrong side of an accident. So Scott Helm, who looked like he was losing some ground, is actually gaining it back, and Thornton is round the outside of them all again as they head up into the hairpin this time. Sam Parker also coming across her gap.
The Harrises have swapped around as well. Will's taken brother Charles for 2nd place, so family ties being ditched there. A bit of sibling rivalry once again, as we have already seen at Snetterton and Thruxton this year. At Snetterton it was a win each for the brothers. Charles won race 1 and Will race 2. Scott Helm won at Thruxton, and he's 2nd in the points, just 2 points behind Will Harris at the moment. The best that race leader Craig Evans has had this year is a 3rd place at Snetterton, so looking for his first Roadsports victory. First quartet, you can see, have pulled away here. 12.5 minutes of this race still to go. Will Harris has now got the fastest lap, 1:43.692. Evans did a personal best last time though, 1:43.744. There goes the leader. Harris is battling for 2nd place. There's Helm in 4th, and then this frantic fight for 5th position. Still side by side, Alistair Morton and Brian Thornton. They're always inseparable, but trying to separate them is Aaron Oliver again. He cuts that curb on the inside. Ollie White on his tail. Jimmy Y and Sam Parker going with them.
Yep, it's a good trio now battling for that secondary pack, but it's still Evans pulling a little bit clear.
Can I see somebody off on the left there? We've lost Luciano Caruso, so I wonder if that's his car.
So that's at, just as they go over this crest, as they go through Rocket and then up around Peel Complex, and they come down off that promontory down into the valley before then making their way back up towards the hairpin. Another driver going off onto the grass and dusty edge of the track here. There's Chris Buck on his way through, so sort of stalled a little bit, finds himself with a gap in front of him. Lorryman there coming down just out of camera view now. All the drivers still doing, there is that driver, it's Luciano Caruso then just off the edge of the track. Cars in a safe enough position that the marshals are all letting that continue. You can see that's coming out of that sort of Rocket and Peel complex just tucked around the corner. As we see this battle then coming down towards us, Thornton to the outside, he's lost out, and actually I think it's now Oliver, isn't it, has made his way through.
That's Jimmy White trying to take Oliver White there, and he's done it, coming out of the bus stop, and Sam Parker's going to try to follow as they go up towards turn 1 there. Just under 11 minutes of the race to go. Has Parker? Don't know, but Jimmy White got the move done. Is now going for Brian Thornton. Aaron Oliver's already gone through, so Brian Thornton's dropped a place there as well. Oliver White in the green car tries to make the move there. Here are your leaders, and Will Harris has shaken off his brother, and he's going for the race lead.
He's worked his way patiently through, hasn't he? He had a sort of slightly slower start, starting from 6 on the grid, needed to make his way through, but now has the pace in that car. Jimmy White looking like he's making another place as that over Thornton as they head up into Rocket this time. And then, like I say, Thornton locking up the front of the car. You can see how viciously the car reacted to that, because all the physics up there is going uphill into a kind of slight headwind. Is that Crawley going slowly there?
17, Dan Crawley's had a problem somewhere.
Yeah, well, no, I think he's the next person to catch up this group, so I think he's doing all right, actually. There is Sam Parker in the number 7. She's running the Caterham Drift colours. She is one of the Caterham Drift instructors. You should have seen her throughout the course of her academy year last year doing a documentary series, and if you haven't, then go onto YouTube and search out Academy Racer and you'll see her in her racing. But it's all nicely coming together in the second pack, isn't it?
Yeah, Sam Parker did offer to take me for a bit of power sliding at Donington last year, but unfortunately due to work commitments I couldn't attend. Side by side with Oliver White goes Sam now in the number 7. The leaders go into the bus stop, and still side by side ahead of them, Jimmy Y attacking here on the side of Brian Thornton, makes up another place. Thornton try and fight back again. This is great stuff up into P7 now. Jimmy Y really is
on the move.
On the move, yeah.
What's his best result so far? Because I'm not sure we've seen him quite this high up before, and he's really showing a really nice clean pair of heels to the drivers around him, scything through as he goes. But Harris is caught with our leader, so Evans has now had his lead completely evaporate. Harris right on the tail as they go through Church this time, heading up to Rocket. Can he do anything as they go up the hill? He's going to duck to the inside around this back straight, see what he can do. He is up the inside. We're going to have a new leader for the first time then as Harris takes over. I think Evans is going to fight back, and does, late on the brakes. Can he get it all stopped? Snappy John in the distance there, ready to catch all the action as they go up the hill.
The best, to answer the question, the best Jimmy White's had this year is 10th, so this is the best we've seen him run. There he is, the light blue car just ahead of Brian Thornton. They're being chased by Ollie White. This is the group now trying to chase down Aaron Oliver, the yellow car ahead of them. Jimmy White, blue flag as it says on his car. He won't be bringing out any blue flags at this race. He's well up there in the battle.
Yeah, and to say, showing exactly what you need to do. Faced with the rear of that pack, he just got on with it, overtook the corner by corner, but Harris is still there or thereabouts. Evans, though, has pulled a tiny gap since we last saw them side by side, but it's not enough, and that is letting Scott Helm, one of the most that he's been able to push forward whenever he's been on a group. He's struggling to keep onto the coattails today, but by the end of this race he's still got 8 minutes to close that gap, and if they carry on battling just in front of him, he will. And then the other Harris is not too far back, and then we've got Morton Oliver, and we've got Jimmy Way going down the inside, so Thornton and Way battle is continuing on. Thornton locking his tyres. Remember, we said seeing him sort of go wide out of corners several times. Can he keep it going to the end of this race? He needs to get points.
Thornton trying to fight back then, the Irishman in 8th position. White and Parker have dropped away a little bit from these two now. 7.5 minutes of the race to go. The lead gap is 0.366 of a second, and the leaders' lap times almost identical at the moment, down to the 10th of a second. They're only 100th apart on that last lap.
There goes
here come the leaders, and Harris up the inside is going to have a go here down the back of the circuit, but again Evans positions himself to the left. Is he going to hold it into Rocket? They both lock up. They're both going to go wide.
Can he do it round the outside? He's done it. Harris held on round the outside. Fantastic. They did synchronised lockups. They were absolutely on the edge of what these tyres, the Toyo 888Rs, will give them, and they're perfectly judged. And Harris managed to hold on around the outside. Great racing by both of them to let that battle continue. Harris, though, has got the unusual sight now of a car out in front of him. How is he going to cope with that, whilst also looking in his mirrors to see Scott Helm drawing closer all the time? Jimmy Way still heads Brian Thornton, having to defend now into Siemens that time, so he's going to have to work hard to see whether he can keep that battle. But Harris is going to maintain that lead once more. Evans on the edge of his grip. He nearly outbraked himself, and that's brought Scott Helm even closer. We're going to have a trio of cars out front, seeing who's going to finish on this podium.
Here they come then down towards the bus stop. Is Craig Evans going to try and take the lead? Back again here, he pulls out, he's having a look, he's having a big look at the inside, he locks up the front left. Has he got it done on the brakes? Only just, he's got it. This is superb. This is the best lead battle we've had, I think, so far in this meeting. Scott Helm's on their tail as well, should anything go wrong. There's just over half a second covering these three at the line. Towards the banking they go once again for the 9th time. Evans leads the way, the man from Milton Keynes, chased by Will Harris in second place. He comes from Northampton, so they're fairly local rivals, these two. And Scott Helm a little bit further back in third from Clitheroe in Lancashire. Here's a battle further back down the order, the 6 of Eduardo Pontes in the Williams Formula 1 lookalike, the Brazilian, as Evans back up the inside there, holding on from
Harris around the outside this time, though. That's been turning out to be the right place to be, hasn't it? Can he get that done? He needs another puff of smoke. They're really having to use every single last bit of that braking. Here comes Scott Helm as well, looking to see whether he can do anything about it. These drivers absolutely confident braking there by Evans into the last corner last time, but it still needs to, pushed it beyond the sort of natural limit of these tyres, but somehow still managed to pick up the apex and carry the car out. But Scott Helm might be able to pick up the pieces here. He's caught back up and is now firmly back in that battle. Evans and Harris still going at it, and this is that pack between Thornton Way. They haven't split, and then it's White and Parker, so they're going to have the battle all the way down to the checkered flag. But currently it is Harris out front then, over the top of Evans, and then it's Scott Helm. Is the other Harris going to be able to catch up? We've got a lock up there, and that's the number 12 of Morton, just losing out a little bit there, is in that sort of battle of the middle ground.
That's in 6th place as the leaders fan out across the straight there. That was almost Snetterton style down the Bentley straight towards the chicane, as Will Harris leads over the line this time. Evans in 2nd place, Helm in 3rd, covered by less than half a second now, those three. This is superb stuff. 4 minutes of the race to go, and Harris holding the inside line as they got towards the banking. Evans will try and cut in on the exit, but he's got to be mindful that Scott Helm is now moving up a gear, and he's there in 3rd position. Can he make a move for the lead here, looking for his 3rd win of the season? This has carried them a couple of seconds clear of Charles Harris in 4th position as they head along the side of the sea there, almost on that straight. Here they come, side by side for the lead once again. Evans back up the inside.
Wait for them then up into Rocket, and it is still Evans out in front, then over the top of Harris, who crossed the line first. Thought Helm might have timed this perfectly, but watch out for Harris catching them as well behind. And then it's still Oliver Morton, and who we saw having that outbreaking, and it's Thornton and Way still holding each other up as they battle hammer and tong over through. But yeah, watch out for the 2nd Harris there. He might be able to get back into this battle, and who knows, we've got 3 minutes, so probably this lap and then one more will be the situation when they get there. So I reckon we're on the penultimate lap right now as they come down into the heaven. Maybe
a little bit of a lock up there possibly from Craig Evans, but he's held it together. Will Harris in 2nd place as they come out of the hairpin to just less than 3 minutes of this race to go, so there'll be at least a couple more laps of this. Harris trying to go around the outside of Evans. I don't think that's going to work at the bus stop. They swing their way through the left-hander. Scott Helm, is he doing what Taylor O'Flanagan did earlier on in the 310R race? Is he going to time it right to snatch it?
I think he's looked a little bit tougher to catch up the gap. I think Taylor O'Flanagan looked a little bit more comfortable, but regardless of how he's caught up, he has caught up now, and he is still in that battle. You can see, I think the speed in Evans' car is such that they really are struggling to keep up with him. When he gets a good clean lap in, they really are struggling to keep on it. And you can see that actually Helm is losing out as Evans is out front of this pack. So great to see that speed in the Evans car. But can Harris do anything about it in his green and blue livery, sort of that almost flame-like green livery as he goes down the edge of his car in that number 14 car, looking around the outside. We've not seen this work yet. It can work around the outside because it turns into the inside as we look at the battle a bit further back.
Yes, battles all the way down the order. That's Steve Harris, Harris Senior, father of the two brothers, fighting out with Chris Hicks in the pink machine a little further down. There's Caruso's stranded car, and here's a battle further back in the order. That's Aaron Oliver with Alistair Morton on his tail. This is the fight for P5. We saw Morton have a little moment at the banking earlier on.
All back together again. There wasn't any full ups of speed as we watch them then coming through. A little puff of dust again around Siemens there. I wonder who's let one go down there. So as we go up then into the hairpin, as Evans has got the speed over the top of Harris, and Helm still clinging on in there.
Yes, he's run very deep there, Craig Harris. He's lost the lead to Craig Evans, rather. He's lost the lead to Will Harris. Just outbraked himself a little, and now he's almost banging wheels with Scott Helm. Helm could, with a bit of luck, get past both of them.
He's going to have a run on them because he's got the outside line. They're all so pinched to the inside. Is Helm going to be able to do anything?
Going into the final lap. This time then, the last lap of day one here at Anglesey. Will Harris from Craig Evans, Scott Helm in third. They're covered by, again, just over half a second. There's nothing between these three all race long. Up towards the banking they come for the final time. The green and black car of Will Harris leads. In the white car is Craig Evans. The black and orange is Scott Helm. Closing up on them slightly now is Charles Harris. He's closing up on them again because they're losing time to each other, battling away, and Charlie Harris could make it a four-way battle.
William was using every single millimetre of the track, and again out onto that curbing, which can lead you wider. He's defending to the outside line, but Evans has got such a head of speed that he is going to be clear and then can defend to the inside. He's got that position done. There's only a couple of really good overtaking opportunities left to go as they head then into the latter part of this final lap, and the final lap of Caterham action today. Obviously we're back to do it all again tomorrow and can't wait. Can Evans hold on though? He's going to have to do to the defence of his life to keep Harris behind, and if they get it all wrong then Helm is ready to pick up the pieces.
Through Peel they go for the final time. It's Evans from Will Harris. Scott Helm may be ready to make his move. Are we going to see him try and slingshot down the inside into the bus stop for the final time under Charles Harris, keeping a watching brief from fourth. In the battle between Oliver and Morton for fifth position. Brian Thornton's back ahead of Jimmy Way for seventh place. It's all about these three at the front into the hairpin for the final time. Scott Helm's trying to get the undercut through there. He nearly clips the back of Will Harris. He's going to get up alongside, but is that a loss of momentum for the run down the hill?
That's going to give Evans a clean run though, isn't it?
The left-hander, yes, it's let Evans get away slightly, but Will Harris moving across. They're going to be three wide into the bus stop, or could they be three wide at the line? Will Harris all the way round the outside. No! Look at this, side by side. It could be three wide at the line. They're coming up towards the line. We're going to have to go to the timing screen for that one. I think Evans got there over the line.
Nothing between them. The timing line has not actually caught them because they were so close.
Evans got it. Evans got it.
I think we're going to wait for the timers to confirm that, but I'm pretty sure Evans had that over the top of Harris, over the top of Helm, but they went through as a triplet, absolute millimetres between them. I didn't think that outside line had any chance, and somehow they made it work.
Okay, we're just going to wait for the timekeepers to unravel that, because we saw one or two races at Thruxton change in a close, almost photo finish, but the way it says it at the moment, there were 0.168 of a second covering the three of them. At the moment, we have Craig Evans as your winner ahead of Will Harris and Scott Helms. That's the first win of the season for Craig Evans provisionally. My goodness, 0.168 of a second covered the three of them.
It did look like Evans had the advantage as he drew around. I didn't think the outside line had any chance, but the inside line was just too tight and gave him the shorter line to shorter distance to the line. But fantastic from the Roadsports then. Looking forward to the second of their races. They've given us the best race today. Well, there's a couple of cars now. Is that Dan Crawley maybe stuck up
I don't think Dan has come through.
I can't. Yeah, maybe that's Dan's car, but two cars now stuck at the inside.
We lost number 19, which is Chris Morley. That might be his car, and I think Ivan Searles pulled into the pits. So provisional result then: Craig Evans takes his first win of the season ahead of Will Harris and Scott Helm. 0.02 of a second separating second and third. It doesn't get much closer than that. Charles Harris in fourth, then Aaron Oliver defeating Alistair Morton in the battle for fifth. The battle for seventh won by Brian Thornton ahead of Jimmy Way, Sam Parker and Ollie White.
Stan
Dan Crawley classified 11th.
She made a place on that last lap as well, over the top of White, so just swap on that one.
Liam Baslington fought back from a slow start to take 12th, then Chris Buck and Steve Lorriman and Charles Chapman completing the top 15. We lost Ivan Serlins the pits. We did lose Richard Haig and Chris Morling late on there, and of course we lost Luciano Caruso early on. Wow.
Time for breath.
Yes.
And time for a gap and a nice rest before we get to do it all again twice for all of our drivers tomorrow. Fantastic, looking forward to that. Like I say, it's maybe the track action's over for today, but actually we're ready to do it all again tomorrow, starting at 9:30. There's another one of our drivers.
That's Richard Haig.
It is indeed.
So Richard Haig and Chris Morling, the two cars we lost on our last lap there.
See them all just going into the pit lane, so it won't be too long.
The schedule for tomorrow then, we start at 9:30 a.m. with the 270Rs, sponsored by Edge Parts. Then it's the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. Then the 310Rs, you've got the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Hopefully all the cars involved in incidents today have been repaired by then, and we have a full grid for tomorrow. That's followed by the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship and then the Caterham Academy. Then after lunch we have the 270Rs, the Caterham 7 Championship UK, 310Rs and the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship to round off the day. Finishing slightly earlier than we would normally see a meeting on BARC TV, but that's because a lot of people have quite a long journey home from Anglesey. Let's head down to Ian, meanwhile, in Parc Fermé.
Yes, everybody, here we go. I'm going to hand the baton over to Sam. So congratulations, but go, go, go.
Thank you very much. Yes, I saw that. Craig, yes.
How did you get on? Is that
eighth. So yeah, fantastic. How was your race? I was
a bit in disbelief actually on the last lap. I was kind of like, I could actually win this. I was expecting it was to go horribly wrong at some point, but it's good.
Well, to convert a pole to a win is quite something in this race, isn't it?
It wasn't easy though, and Will started so far back, and I kind of thought it'd be like Scott and Alistair and stuff that would be the problem, and then I saw Will and he was just getting closer and closer and closer. Like, I'm actually going to have to really work for this now, kind of thing. I managed to break the toe on the first lap, which was good.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done.
Thank you very much.
And a P1 for tomorrow is starting as well then.
Oh god, yeah.
You've got to do it all again.
Yeah, hopefully it'll remain dry because it'll be a bit dicey if not, but yeah.
Yeah, that'll be different for us, won't it? Well done.
Thank you very much.
Will, congratulations.
Thank you.
Amazing job. How was it up the front there? Really good fun?
Yeah, it was a lot of action really. It was a lot of good fun, but Craig and I were just back and forth the whole time. I went for a nice, ambitious move around the outside in the last corner, but it was never going to happen. And then Scott almost got me to the line. I think I got him by a couple of metres. But no, a lot of fun. Really good fun.
Brilliant. Excellent. Well done. And Scott, well done.
Finish?
Eighth. Nice. So yeah, no, happy with that. Yeah, got a bit messy at times in front of me, so I was quite happy to stay out of that.
I saw a lot of retired cars at the side there. Was that?
I have no idea what happened to those. Nothing to do with me. That was behind me, thankfully.
Yeah, I saw there was literally 3 cars all up at the top of Rocket by the end, and I was like, it's been busy in the mid-pack, I guess, if they've all been squabbling.
Yeah, we'll have to find out what happened.
Oh, it was a good race, though. I must be like an inch off Will over the line, so I was gutted that it was P3, but he drove really well. He deserved it, and fair play to Craig. I think it's his first win.
It is.
So,
he had pole last year, didn't he, at Cadwell, but unfortunately he crashed on turn one.
So yeah, fair play to him. He was fast. I didn't have an answer for it, so he deserves it.
Yeah, he does. His first win. Brilliant. Well, well done.
Thank you.
You've got to do it again tomorrow.
Yes, again.
Brilliant. Well done, Scott. Right, that is it for all the racing today. We are the last race. But we have plenty more action tomorrow, so please do come back and watch and tune in. And hopefully it's a little less windy. So, I'll hand back to Dave and Chris to say goodbye. See you later.
Well, big thanks to Sam Parker and Ian Waterhouse down in the pit area today. And that does wrap up day one here at Anglesey on BARC TV. Chris, any final words for today?
No, just thanks to everyone who goes into making these weekends happen, and again marshals for being patient in the wind out there. Hopefully they all had their wind jackets on today. We're just going to pick up these final 2 Caterhams, and then we can all have a nice break before we get it all back underway and going in at 9:30 again tomorrow. But we'll be on a little bit before that, no doubt, to catch up with all our drivers as well.
Yes, thanks very much to Chris Hutchinson for joining us today, and he'll be with us tomorrow. Big thanks to all the marshals, recovery crews, medical staff and all our camera crews, of course, as well up there. Everybody at Anglesey today. We'll see you bright and early at 9:30 a.m. for our first of 10 races tomorrow. It's goodbye until then.